Honk. That's what I'm talking about. What's going on, everybody? Welcome, Arvanauts. Welcome, everyone, to a Saturday stream. And what is up, El Queso Grande? If this is the same El Queso Grande that I know from other endeavors of the speculative fiction variety, then a special welcome, and it's good to see you. I have not chatted with you for a long time because, pandemic and existence, and I hope you're doing well, and I am super looking forward to getting to cons very soon. I don't know if you're going to be at Origins, but I will be there. I don't know if you're going to be at Worldcon, but if all goes well, I will be there. So it's good to see you. I'm sorry I did not notice because I wasn't actually going live until right now. So I hope you're still here, and if so, welcome. And if not, I'm sorry I missed you. And hopefully, we can catch up at some point. But it's good to see you, and I won't out you in terms of your actual identity unless you say, "Oh, sure, it's fine to tell everyone who I am," in which case I will. Assuming this is the same person that I think is the person that I'm pretty sure I know who this is. But I don't, as I say, I don't want to out you until I know for sure that it's okay. So, but welcome, and it's good to see you. And hi, everybody. Welcome to a good long session of this with some Neverwinter Nights 2 complete. What's up, Triff? Hello, Mrs. Dunsel. It's good to see everybody. I hope everyone is doing well and is looking forward to today. Gray, kind of not so hot day weather-wise today. Just sort of, the temperature was comfortable, but, pretty much like semi-rainy and gray and all that kind of stuff today. Not super delightful. It is supposed to get up a little bit tomorrow in temperature, and it'll be up, I think, to like 88 or 89 for a day or two. Next week, and then what's up, Echo? And then it'll drop back down into like the 70s, so we will see. But in any case, I am glad to see everyone, and I hope everyone is looking forward to what should be a fun session today of some Neverwinter Nights 2 complete. Before we get to that, just a couple of reminders about ways to support us here on the channel. If you haven't done so, it really did drop. Yeah, Mrs. Dunsel. We went out, I went out with Mrs. Arv and Mini Arv today a little bit, and put on my rain jacket mostly. My windbreaker, I guess. Mostly just because of the rain possibility, but it was like low 60s. It was considering like that's basically a 30-degree temperature swing, more than that actually, because at one point we got up to about 94, 95 here Fahrenheit, and then dropped all the way down to like 62, 63. So we're talking about, it was literally just like Tuesday or Wednesday of this past week. So only about 4 days ago, it was 30 plus degrees higher. So that is quite a drop off. But in any case, I hope everyone is hanging in there and doing okay. So if you haven't done so already, please follow the channel. Please check out our YouTube at !ArvTube. Discord is !ArvCord. Twitter is !ArvTweets. Of course, and the website for all of this is arvaneleron.com. And it's too bad. I think El Queso did end up leaving. Maybe the person that I'm thinking of will stop back, because that's too bad. I know this person pretty well, if it is who I think it is. And I didn't see it because I wasn't here yet. It was Tuesday at one point this week. Yes. I'm talking about the temperature. At one point this week, Troll, it was this temperature on a Tuesday is what I actually said. Good to see you, Troll. I hope everything's doing okay with you where you are. And yes, so again, you can follow me on those things. Website, as I say, is arvaneleron.com. On the Patreon side of things, that is !Arvtreon. Really does make a difference to the channel. So any support that you can give would be much appreciated. I would appreciate that very much. Can get good stuff for you and individually, and good stuff for the channel as a whole, including inspirations to help our tabletop players. Those inspirations have now been reset for the month. So if you want to be able to help change the fortunes of our various tabletop campaign players throughout the course of the month, and also get some cool stuff for you. Please feel free to jump on board with that Patreon support. It really does make a difference here. Also, of course, we have the shop, !Arv Shop, which is the merchandise area that allows you to get Adventures of Middle Earth stuff, Infinity and Beyond stuff, and soon to be Esper Genesis stuff as well. And then, of course, you can always subscribe to the channel, which a number of you did over the last week or so. That also makes a big difference, allows you to support the channel, use those custom sub badges and emotes all across Twitch, and also get some inspirations to help the players as well. So please consider doing that. On the publishing front, ! Icarus is my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts. ! Library is Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and source book from Alligator Alley Entertainment. And ! Grayshade KS, which will feature both of those companies, Alligator Alley Entertainment and Athos Arts, among others, will be coming soon. In fact, on Tuesday, this coming Tuesday, I will announce the official Kickstarter dates, and I'm very excited about that because I'm just excited to kind of put, more sort of permanent quality even on top of this. I've been talking about how it's going to be coming soon and late summer, early fall, and all that kind of good stuff. And now we're starting to put some meat on the bones, as they say, or I guess some tofu in your tofurkey if you're vegetarian or vegan, that sort of thing. Any of that will be a big help if you're able to jump on board and support us with one of those publishing projects. And as always, ! BLM, Black Lives Matter, very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives, and ! Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Schedule-wise, we've got Neverwinter Nights 2 complete going on now. We are off tomorrow and Monday. There is the chance, as I mentioned to all of you, that we might have a bonus stream or two in our future over the next 7 weeks, as I'm finally, blessedly, on some kind of an actual honest-to-God break. So we'll see how that all goes down. I did get to talk to Little Arv today. Little Arv actually called us from camp and checked in. It was super great to hear her voice, and she's doing well. We're going to be picking her up on Friday from camp, so that was cool. Her brother also got to tell her that he missed her and asked how she was doing at camp, and, said that he missed her and wanted her to come home, so that was really cool. And it was really nice to hear from Little Arv, and she's doing well. Weather at the camp has not been super great. It's in upstate New York, which is, it's not exactly like the weather that we get down here in southern Connecticut, but it's not completely dissimilar. So obviously, middle of the week, last week was burning hot. Then they had a lot of rain. They had a rainstorm. And so the weather has been meh. So I'm hoping that this second week here is going to be better. We've already actually sent a care package to her. So she's got a care package, which probably, given the speed of the mail, is going to mean that she'll probably get it like 3 days before she leaves camp, unfortunately. But that's fine. She'll have it, and she'll be excited to get it and all that kind of good stuff. So she'll be able to hear about the now demolished home. And Yarvin Lee's unable to stop kicking stuff. Yeah, no, he hasn't demolished the house thus far, but he had a lot of fun. There were some neighborhood kids who were I guess, our neighbors' grandkids were visiting, so they were hanging out with him and swinging on the swing and back, and he was having a great time there. So he had a pretty decent day today. So yeah, given the terrible weather conditions in general, as I said, gray and rainy and all that. Anyway, schedule-wise, assuming there is no bonus stream, then on Tuesday we'll be back with the Gamebook Illustration stream, going back to our fighting fantasy roots of Phantoms of Fear with Terry Toons doing the illustrations. That'll be at noon as usual. And then at 4 p.m. Eastern, I'll be on GogCom's Twitch channel with some Pen and Pixels and Celasta, Crown of the Magister. So that's going to be exciting. And yeah, I'm looking forward to that very much. And then we just keep on keeping on throughout the course of the week. It's going to be a good time, and I'm excited for it. So you can check out the calendar to find out more. With that said, though, I'm going to get rid of this, and I'm going to get rid of this, and I'm going to turn on that. There we go. Good to see you all. Welcome. I'm wearing today my vintage 2006 U.S. Open baseball cap. Just want you all to know, 2006, baby. That's what I'm talking about. 15 years ago. It's amazing to me that I see that. I'm like, oh yeah, that's like a baseball cap. I didn't get that long ago. And it's like, you actually got it a fair long, it was a while, actually, just so you know. That is amazing to me. It's like people, like, I was thinking about this the other day looking at Twitter, and there are 2 movies like that recently which I've seen. One of them is, I think today is the anniversary of Back to the Future. So it's the 36-year anniversary of Back to the Future, which is a little troubling. Like the idea that Back to the Future, which of course is an 80s film, 36 years, good God. So there's that. But then the other one that I couldn't believe was that the 50-year anniversary of Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, the Gene Wilder one, the classic one, 50 years. Now, admittedly, that was one that I did not see until the 80s because it came out in 1971 when yours truly was -1 year old. So I was not alive when it came out the first time. But obviously then I saw it much, much later when I was probably like 10 or 11. And it terrified me like it terrified everybody else when they're going through the tunnel and the girl getting stuck in the tube and, all that kind of good stuff. So 50 years old for that is crazy to me. So that in a way was more striking just because when I saw it in the 80s, it wasn't like it had just come out. It was, 10 plus years old at that point, but it still felt to me like a more recent phenomenon, I guess. And for it to just be like, well, 50 years, that's what we're looking at. That was really, it was very strange to me. So, but anyway, that is, I don't know. It just was striking me about like when movies actually came out and how we fix them in our mind. I was trying to think about when The Crow came out because The Crow was something that I was watching. I actually took my ex-girlfriend to see that 1996 or something like that. So that too now is, what would that be? 26 years old. I think 26 years old, I believe, if it's mid 90s. So that's also weird to me that The Crow was like that. So yeah, very, very strange. The cap is perplexing. Well, yes, this is I'll show you a little bit closer. You can see 2006. I can't tell because I can't see it on the screen in front of me, but 2006 U.S. Open. That is what that is. You have a couple of U.S. Open baseball caps? Yeah, I mean, I've actually played matches. People didn't know you could do this, but I've actually played matches on the outer courts at the USTA Tennis Center. I played in a league, and I played a couple of matches on those courts, which was really, it was pretty sweet to be able to do that. I would love some random time in like, I don't know, fall or something like, right, November or something, or October. I would love to play a match on center court. I mean, obviously I'd be watched by me and the person I'm playing probably and nobody else, but that would just be pretty wild. Like even playing on an outer court where I literally watched matches on that court was pretty crazy. So, anyway. Yeah, it's pretty cool. That was part of the whole reason that they allowed the USTA Tennis Center to be built there, was that they would make those courts available to the general public. Not for free, but they're actually not, by New York tennis court standards, as expensive as you might think. Like if you get them for, let's say, an hour, you can probably get that for something like $25 each. I think you can get like I think you can get 2 hours for something like $30 each, which is not, again, $30 for 2 hours, $15 an hour doesn't sound like super, super cheap. But if you're talking about courts which are obviously in top shape and where parking's pretty easy if you have a car to get there, or obviously you can take mass transit. It's in Flushing Meadows, so you can just head over to where the Met Stadium is basically, and it's the same stop, I believe, even. That kind of thing. That's pretty cool to be able to do something like that. So it's pretty neat. I actually never went to, because it ended a long time ago. When the U.S. Open first started, it started at Forest Hills, which was also in Queens, and it was on grass for a little while also. Forest Hills I've never been to in terms of the facilities there, the tennis facilities. And then they needed to up the ante, and they moved it to Flushing Meadows, and now they have this world-class stadium. And I actually have not been back to the U.S. Open since they installed the retractable roof over the center court, which allows people to, like the rest of the, modern world that plays tennis, actually have a place where you can play when it's raining instead of having to constantly rain out games, because newsflash, it does rain quite a bit on hot August nights in New York, especially thunderstorm wise. So anyway, someday I'll be able to get back to those, but it's an incredible event. I mean, I've tennis was basically my main sport for a long time, and I've got to try to get back to it. I will fully admit publicly that there's a psychological bar that I've had to that, because it was during one of those matches, actually during a league match, that I ended up having the first bout of arrhythmia, which landed me in the hospital twice. And it's been very hard to overcome the psychological barrier to getting back on the court again. since that time. I've done it a few times, like playing with the kids and whatever, but competitive tennis, not so much. And I miss it, and I've still got to figure out how to do it, because hearing from people like, oh, like, well, I mean, it's fine. Like, if your heart goes out of rhythm, we can fix that. Yeah, but no, like, you don't understand. I'd rather not go back to a time where I was convinced I was going to die. Thank you very much. So that's been hard, because that basically happened 2013, right, when I was 40. I guess that's right. Yeah, I was 40. I just turned 40. And so it's been 8 years since I've really been on the court competitively. 7.5, I guess. And that I miss it. And I would like to figure out a way to do it again. So we'll see when that happens. Yeah, Brandon Lee, I know. Obviously you all know my admiration for Bruce Lee, and it was really interesting to kind of read, if you've read any of the story of Bruce Lee and the sort of beliefs about the family curse and all that stuff. Now, some of that is Hollywoodized, some of that is kind of propagandized, but not all of it. And there is this weird experience of what happened to Brandon Lee. I have been to Bruce Lee's grave in the Pacific Northwest. It's in Seattle, and I've been to that grave. And to me, the most poignant thing about that experience was, I've been there several times. First of all, standing at Bruce Lee's grave itself, where there were flowers. Every day, somebody brings flowers to Bruce Lee's grave. It's Bruce Lee, right? And then right next to it is Brandon Lee's grave. And that was the thing that I found really poignant. I mean, as powerful as I found the experience of just being in the presence of this towering figure, Bruce Lee, the idea of that, and then being right next to his son, being right next to him, very sad. And again, very poignant if you know anything about their history. So, yeah, and it was a complete accident, just a complete prop gun, thing that can happen. It's very rare to happen, fortunately, but yeah, so still unbelievable. But that was really powerful to me, that there was his son's grave right next to it. So in any case, Lee himself, of course, died much, much too soon. And just terrible. Anyway, with all that said, we need to actually get ourselves into a little bit of gameplay, because I promised you all a good long session, and I intend to deliver on my promise. I've got the life stuff going. Oh, so Echo, by the way, I wanted you to know, since you brought this up yesterday, that I have looked into and have used a little bit of Patreon funds, and I am actually going to get, because I thought about it last night, and I looked into it, I'm like, I think you're right. So I have gotten a second LifeX beam, which is going to go up there. So I'm going to move that top beam over to the edge of this bookshelf. Hey, what's up, Div? I can't get there we go. That bookshelf right there. It's going to go to the edge right there. And then it's going to go all the way, and it will extend over, presumably to... It's probably going to extend over to under Gandalf. Now, it's not going to go all the way to the edge of the bookshelf, because I'm not going to drop hundreds of dollars, but it's going to go down at least to the middle of that shelf. So it's going to look pretty sweet, I think. So I want you to know that I appreciate your feedback, and I thought about it, and I'm like, I probably can do that, based on a couple of financial factors, mostly consisting of the Patreon support. So there you go. All right. But this is it for a while, because mostly because I actually really like this setup. The combination of the floodlight in back and then the LifeX thing, which can match the flood, has been chef's kiss. Like, I love it. I'm so happy with the lighting setup. And even though it's still technically a little bit light outside, although it's raining again right now, I was like, you know what? Like, let's just do it. Let's get it on. So we've got things in good shape. We got the camera, we got the light panels, we got everything set. So we are good to go. And we've also got, of course, Neverwinter Nights 2. So let us get to it. Let's make it happen. Thank you also, Mrs. Dunsel, by the way, for the kind words on last night's stream that I saw on Twitter. Thank you. I'm glad that you liked the stream last night. It was fun. I really enjoyed finishing Rain City. Fun little game. And also showing you a little bit of Wildermyth. Okay. Where am I? There we go. Oh, are you talking about those posts that Rob has? Man, those things are crazy. Okay. I mean, and I will say, I will say that, I mean, it is possible to overdo it. I have seen those that overdo it. In fact, I thought about those, you know, those, I forget what they call them, the triangle ones that you can put up on the wall that everybody has. This Lifix beam works much, much better because of the setup of this room. I think it looks great on those shelves. And then behind the shelves, as I said, the flood goes up these white wall and then extends up and out this way. And so it ends up looking really, really nice. And I mean, I can actually make the flood, and I can make the Lifex for that matter, like cycle, but I actually personally prefer the solid color. I don't mind changing it. I actually change it quite a bit, as you all know, depending on the game that I'm playing. But I actually like the solid color. I find it distracting to have nothing but these things going off constantly, like a little, you know, it'll flash if I get a follow alert or something like that. That's fine, but that's temporary. But some of these ones, and this includes the sort of ones that go up on the wall, are just like, it's too much. Like it at a certain point, I'm like, are you showing the game plus yourself, or are you just showing off, like doing for real what you're joking about, Echo, right? Like you're joking about the thing between me and Rob, because, you know, Rob would destroy me in such a battle. Rob, you know, would have a better setup than I do as far as that's concerned. Although I'm pretty happy with this setup, I have to say. But there are people who literally are just kind of like, everything is about the lighting. And the thing that I really don't understand about that are the people who are starting to stream who do that. I've talked about people who are starting to write and are already doing like Patreons and I'm talking about right out of the gate, like just started, and they're doing Patreons and they're like, you know, I can, you know, if you support me, I'm happy to help you write. If you're just starting writing, you need to work on your writing yourself before you turn around within a month and start asking, you know, telling people, hey, I'd like to help you out. I do that on my Patreon because I'm an English professor who's written for, you know, over 40 years and have been doing it 20 years professionally and have multiple publications, academic and otherwise. And like, you know, like I'm doing that because I'm a professional writer. But the person who just out of the gate is immediately like, hey, let me help you out. Like, let's slow it down. Like, first of all, work on your own stuff, as I did, as all the other writers did first, before you turn around and start, you know, trying to help others. And that's the same thing I feel like with the lighting. Like, if you're starting streaming, yeah, you should have like some like adequate lighting for sure. You should have a decent microphone, decent. But you can get a decent mic now for $40. Like, honestly, a decent mic, and probably even less on sale. You could get a decent mic for like $25 that would be credible. You could get a decent light setup for $50. You could probably get yourself launched with, you know, basically $100, maybe $150 maximum. And that's all that you really need to do besides the computer itself early on. Later on, then yeah, you can start, if you are lucky enough to have the greatest viewers on Twitch like I do, all of you, you know, but you have people who support your Patreon, then yeah, go get the extra monitors, go get the light panels, do all that stuff. But people who do that right out of the gate, I feel like are kind of missing the plot a bit. So just, you know, it's all right. Take some time, you know. Yeah. Right. Right, Echo. Oh, for sure. For sure. And it's important too. I mean, like, I also wanted to commission those as quickly as I could. Kilobyte did he did one or two for me just free, gratis. And then as soon as I was able to, I started paying him. And now Shadowed has taken over that role and has done most of them, and I pay him for those. All of the overlays now that you see on the channel, with the exception of the old school ones, and there's one exception. I don't know that I paid Shadowed for one of the overlays. I think the Paper Mario one, he just did on the fly and sent it to me and said, don't worry about it. He might have done that for ArvCon, actually. Maybe that's what I'm thinking about. But like 95% of the overlays that you see, and all the new ones, with the exception of the charity ones, have been paid for, because I think you should pay people for stuff. Same thing with videos. The video stuff is stuff that has been paid, and that's paid due to the support that you folks are able to give the Patreon and subbing to the channel. So that's really important. So yeah. What's up, Wenchkin? So jealous of my pricing? Jealous of which thing? Do you mean like having the Patreon, or what do you mean? Oh yes, Crossroad Keep. Crossroad Keep. Yes. Crossroad Keep. That is the situation. And I have Zaiv with me. Oh, because he uses the sticks more? Well, Rob's got a really good, I mean, also, you know, Rob's camera setup. Oh, the cheap lighting. Yeah. Dude, I don't understand. I guess it's just because of shipping, but every time, Saad used to tell me this too, and I heard this from Light and Passion as well. Every time I talk to Australian streamers or even New Zealand Kiwi streamers, they're always just like, yeah, it'll take me 2 months to get that, and it's like 4 times the cost that we would pay in like either the United States or Europe, Canada. And I'm like, dude, like, it is freaking pricey as hell for Australians, it feels like, to get anything. So that's part of it. I will say the LifeX beams are not cheap. These things are more expensive. The Spotlight, though, that spot that's in the back that uses this super fancy remote, and by super fancy, I mean it's not fancy in the least, really at all. That remote right here, this thing is like $30 US. I think it was like $30 on Amazon. So, you know, like the Flood, you can get a very cheap functional floodlight. Very cheap. In fact, Alpha Gaming, who has like, I don't know, 400,000, 500,000 subscribers on YouTube or whatever, and is like super successful, uses one of these things. Like, yeah, actually 2 of them, I think. The LifeX beams, though, are expensive. Those are definitely pricey. What's up, Bob Bear? Is it expensive for RGB in Norway? Yeah. So how expensive... Oh, no kidding. Really, Wenchkin? Like, Div, how expensive is it in Brazil? Is it to get shipped stuff like that? Is it like super expensive compared to, let's say, the States, or compared to Canada or Europe or other countries, maybe like, I don't know, the South America, Japan? Where the hell am I going? I'm going to Crossroad Keep, right? Is that Crossroad Keep? No, that's Ember. Crossroad Keep, yes. Let's do it. So yeah, how pricey is it, Div? That's too yellow. I do not like how yellow that is. I'm going to fix that right now. Let's go with... Yes, I think that's better. Yeah, I like warm, but that was a little absurd. Better. Better. You have like 1/5 of the buying power of the US, so it ends up being like 10 to 15 times. Oh my God. But isn't there any local, like, are there local opportunities, like local facilities to get stuff? Like, or like, is there a Brazilian equivalent of Best Buy, for instance? Like, does that exist? Or is that just not a thing? Hey, Kelgar. There you go. Hey, what's up, Abstractism? 1 Blue Yeti is 1/3 to 1/2 of the average monthly income of a Brazilian. Jeez. You import it anyway. Oh my goodness. I'm like 48 hours into Neverwinter Nights 2 Abstractism. I'm just being sent to Crossroad Keep for the second time to basically, I think, take it over or something like that. So... New music, too. That's interesting, Div. Because I think a lot, because Brazil is a big country with obviously a storied history. So you'd think that it would have a market that size, you'd think would be something that a lot of people would head to. But any chance we're getting better gear soon, Captain? Hey, look, I just got here, dude. Better gear. Literally, I just arrived and he's like, look, sir.
It's seen better days. And will again. This keep was destroyed during the war with the King of Shadows. It was a dark time for Neverwinter, but we persevered, as you have this day.
Looks like Crossroad Keep is being rebuilt.
I have brought you back here under orders, for Lord Nasher has a new task for you, and perhaps our guest can see what it is you'll be fighting for in the coming days. These people you see around you, they are now yours to command as you see fit.
Thanks for the host,
You
Echo.
are their captain in Neverwinter's service.
Aha!
Make this keep ready for war. Gather troops to your banner and be prepared to strike when this enemy reveals itself.
The keep!
To help you manage the keep, Lord Nasher has assigned you an officer, Kana, and Master Vidal has been contracted to help you rebuild the keep and the surrounding area.
We gotta rebuild us a keep.
You are the master of this keep now. You have earned it through service and blood. And you have earned my trust. And that of Lord Nasher.
Hell yeah.
This is your land. Defend it. For the sake of your people and the sake of Neverwinter.
Look, even now shadows fall upon this plain. Yet still its beauty persists. It is not surprising to me that our enemies wish to mar this place with their blades and their war.
Yeah, but I gotta keep. This land is my land. Okay. I need to know what you know about this threat.
Know this. The first glimpses of this conflict you have seen are not the first.
We shall call it
They
this
are but
land.
glimpses of things that travel well into the past and the present.
Dang,
it is all
abstractism.
part of a greater war.
Called out.
A war almost as great as the one that split my people on the Sword of Gith long ago.
You have a flag.
And the tragedy
I'll get one.
is tied to such a blade.
I'll have Terry
These
make me
shadows
one.
you see. There is a lord who dwells in darkness with them. And he has fought on this plane before against those who have embraced Gith's hatred, the Githyanki. This lord and the Githyanki, it is difficult to know the true hatred between them. He attacked them long ago, attempted to cast his shadows upon their fortresses in the plains beyond. The fighting was terrible, fierce, and it was only through the deaths of thousands of Githyanki that this king of shadows was driven back. But no matter how many countless thousands of their people they lost, they were only capable of severing the portal through which he could attack them. And so, the Githyanki were denied a victory and forestalled their war for a time.
All right.
But know that the Githyanki do not forget their enemies. And though the King of Shadows had been driven back, still they sought a way to reach him, to kill him. And as terrible as knowing the followers of Gith hunt for you, even more dangerous is this lord, this King of Shadows.
You know, one of the things that I liked about this I've liked about this campaign a lot is that it goes to places that a lot of D&D doesn't. There is not a lot of stuff that was out there about the Githyanki. In fact, the Silver Sword stuff and all of that really begins to find expression in Planescape Torment, where one of your companions is one of these. But basically, like, the Githyanki are sort of this, in fact, the other planes in general are kind of underused. There was a lot of focus on demons, there was a lot of focus on undead, there were obviously a lot of focus on dragons, naturally, and orcs and goblins and kobolds and, you know, all that kind of good stuff. But this is one of those, I think, underused areas until Neverwinter Nights 2 really started to look into it. There was a lot of focus on the drow as well, but the Githyanki and the Gith, I can never remember, and her, whatever the heck her people are, who are always at war with the Githyanki, and it's Gith something, but it's not the Githyanki, I don't remember. Anyway, that whole thing is a different kind of focal point, so, which I think is good. Okay, where's this King of Shadows, and how do we stop him?
Know that I will aid you if I can, but it may already be too late.
Come on, optimism.
The King of Shadows was not always tied to darkness, and that is part of the tragedy. His will was once devoted to an ancient empire, to the protection of its people. He was once the light of Ilfarn, empowered with the strength to protect them from their enemies, and he was bound to the natural magics of the plane, the weave. But as much as a ritual created the guardian that was to be Shadow, there is a ritual that will unmake him. It is a ritual of purification, designed to allow him peace when his days of sacrifice are done and the Empire needs him no longer. If the ritual does exist, it lies within the ruined Ilfarn city of Arvan.
Arvan?
It is there you must go to purify yourself and gain the strength.
I have
for
to
the
purify
battle
myself
ahead.
in Arvan?
I have marked the location upon your map.
This is way too meta. I need to be like, look, do you know my character's name? You know the. You want my name to work with Arvan. Sounds like a suicide pact. That's what it takes. That's what I must do.
Know that this path is a dangerous one. Even the people of Ilfarn, as powerful as they were unable to defeat the King of Shadows. But know that this ritual of purification and the blade of our enemies are the only chance of success in this.
King of Shadows, I will always beat King of Shadows.
He can already make his presence felt beyond his chains. The advantage is his. If you cannot strike at an enemy, know your battle is
Great,
already
Witchkin.
lost. You doubt me, and that is because you do not know me. You need allies, Kalakcha, not more enemies and doubt to divide you. For in dividing the mind, you divide the battlefield and you cut your strength in half.
Okay.
I am a Zerth, and I swear upon the circle of Zerthamon that what I speak to you I know to be true.
Dang.
And know that your life is
What's up,
as
Valerian?
precious to me as it is for the followers of Gith to end it. And this king, know that he threatens us all.
I don't know that this party, that she is as mechanically
This
effective
title
as
of
others.
Kalakcha, do you know it? You wear that title because the name knows you, even if you do not know it yourself.
I'll come back to this in a second.
But let me speak my thought plainly, without circles of meaning. They call you the Shard Bearer,
Shard
this
Bearer.
Kalakcha, because you carry a piece of Gith's blade within you, near the heart, and you have always borne it close to you.
Should be
It was
B-O-R-N-E.
once said that Gith's blade, once drawn, would never find a scabbard again. And now it is sheathed within you. It sings, and they can hear it as I hear it, whispering all the hate of Gith and the war she sought to bring to the plains. A war that would have ended us all if Zerthamon had not met her blade with his at the pronouncement of two skies.
So I don't know whether mechanically Zaiv is a better sort of figure than the one I replaced her with, because I think I might have replaced Sand with her, I'm not sure. But Zaiv is a really, really cool character. Her very good voice, very well voice acted. Voice acting completely holds up. I find her interesting. She's a character that I think later characters try to mimic in other games, and they don't do it super well. Unpopular opinion, hot take time. I think that Grieving Mother from Pillars of Eternity is intending to be something like Zaiv, and I think it's just a pale shadow of it. I actually don't think Grieving Mother is all that interesting. I think it gets away with a whole lot of smoke and mirrors and stuff that sounds really profound, and then you start looking into it and you're like, Again, it's a good character, but I think Zaiv is better, and I think that that's kind of what it's being modeled after. Which, again, I'm fully aware that everyone's like, oh, no, you know. I like Zaiv. Really interesting character. Hey, Karth. All right. So this is the Frodo moment. What must I do?
Know that you are the only one who can reforge Gith's blade and use it once more in a battle. A battle that will free your lands and people from an evil even greater than the evil the Illithid sought to bring upon my
Free
people.
your
There is
land,
no other.
and the rest will follow.
And if the title of Kalakcha displeases you, then know that you must make another title, and perhaps your name shall be the battle cry by which this ancient enemy, this King of Shadows, will be defeated.
My new name is Cha Kalak. So you will travel with me?
I make this pronouncement to you, greater than the bond of two deaths as one, with a strength that echoes the pronouncement of two skies.
Totally agree,
I make
Kat.
the
What's up,
pronouncement
Rising
of three
Tides?
in darkness, two in light. As the two of us shall meet this king in his fortress, it shall become a battle of three. And when it is over, the two of us shall walk in the light, and you will taste true freedom, just as Gith and Zerthamon did when they broke the will of the Illithid at Sagrasa's end. It is my life I am giving you, Kalakcha, and I ask that you let me share your path with you.
I really like her character. And the other thing I want to say about her is, and this is one of the things that I really appreciate in a game. What's up, Minch Maniac? This is something which I really, really like. There are certain heroes, both in fantasy, of course, certainly sometimes science fiction, and also, of course, superheroes, which are driven fundamentally by will. Tolkien makes reference to this all the time, the will of Aragorn obviously the will of the dwarves and somewhat the elves to resist the evil of Sauron and Morgoth before him, and particularly, of course, the will of Frodo and Sam, particularly Frodo, to be able to resist the evil of the ring, right? Will becomes hugely important. Superhero-wise, one of my favorite superheroes was always Green Lantern, because the idea that you could become powerful based largely not upon athletic prowess necessarily or upon superior intelligence or whatever, but because of sheer force of will, commitment, I think is just an awesome conceptually, and I think has very powerful inclinations for us. And one of the things I love about her is that her point that she makes earlier on is that you will only achieve, right? My character will only achieve based on the confidence I possess. It is the lack of doubt that literally speaks into existence the possibility of being, right? Your opportunity to defeat something else, some great evil, comes from the belief that it can be done. And so much of evil, this is just a fact beyond speculative fiction, so much of evil is based upon getting the forces of good to give up before the battle begins. And that is one of the reasons why the greatest evil to me, or the most, I shouldn't say the greatest evil, the most dangerous characteristic is cynicism. That is the most dangerous thing. The cynical, jaded belief that, well, we can't do anything anyway, so we might as well just give up. That is exactly what the bad guys, whoever those happen to be, that's exactly what evil wants you to do. The forces that are arrayed against those who have tried to move humanity towards greater examples of progress and, progression and tolerance and understanding, to move humanity towards greater humaneness, is based upon the idea of those who overcame the belief that they couldn't. This will never work. We'll never do X. We'll never do Y. We'll never manage Z. We might as well give up. That is precisely what they want you to do, and it's precisely why it must be rejected, because it's not historically true. If it were historically true, we wouldn't be here right now, talking to each other. If it were true that it was all preordained and destined that we were all going to be destroyed anyway. And who cares? Nonsense. And if you want to see speculative fiction take on this, my favorite example of a book which deals with this subject of the need to fight back against cynicism is Peter Beagle's The Last Unicorn, because the figure of the Red Bull is willful ignorance. It is cynicism writ large. It's the, I know better than you, and we don't have a chance. Garbage. The one who was the most, go look at George Orwell's Animal Farm. Look at George Orwell's contempt for the character of Benjamin, who knows better and yet goes along with it because, whatever, it doesn't matter anyway. Benjamin, the donkey, who represents the intellectuals with whom Orwell was very familiar, that kind of thing, that cynical, well, who cares? Orwell had nothing but contempt for it, and he was right to do so. It's one thing to be open-eyed, and to understand what you're getting into, and to be practical, right? That's one thing. It's another thing to cynically believe that you know every curve along the road ahead of you. You do not. And so I really like that about this character, that this is kind of an affirmation of belief. And that belief makes such a huge difference. I've talked about this before, and I promise I'll get to the game in a second, but I started thinking about this subject with her. My favorite story about this that I've told before, my favorite speculative fiction story comes from Ursula K. Le Guin's Wizard of Earthsea, in which there's a moment where Ged is standing in the middle of this place, having been offered the name of the shadow which pursues him. All he has to do is to touch this stone within which is imprisoned the soul of this incredibly powerful and ancient demon, the Terranon. And if he does that, then he'll be able to do what is necessary. And it's this incredible visual because the person who is trying to convince him is someone who has already been taken over basically by the Terranon, by this demon. And both she and her husband are sort of scheming to get Ged to also do the same thing. So she's standing there trying to convince him to do it, and he almost does it. And there's this great visual where Ged looks around the corner, and her husband is just sitting there behind the corner waiting with a smile on his face, waiting for Ged to make that decision. And Ged, when he resists, it says, it is very difficult for evil to take hold of the unconsenting soul. He had almost consented, but not quite. And it is very hard for evil to take control of the unconsenting soul. And then the next follow-up sentence, which just gives you chills, is he stood between the two who had consented. And I'm just like, oh my God, like that image of defiance, of resistance, and especially of will is so hugely powerful. Those of you who've read A Wrinkle in Time, what they say to Meg, I forget if it's Mrs. Whatsit, I forget which one of the witches says it to her, but says, "Stay angry, little Meg. You will need your anger now." So reject cynicism. It's one of the reasons I really like this character. Anyway, so sorry about that. I got onto one of my things, but I love talking about this. She confused your mind. No, it's to Maniac. Oh, sure. That is not what I said. Which character was it in Wrinkle in Time? I don't remember, Echo. There's Mrs. Whatsit, Mrs. Witch, and Mrs. Who, and I don't remember which one's. It's not Mrs. Who. It's who's the most powerful. It's either Mrs. Witch or Mrs. Whatsit who says, "Stay angry, little Meg. You will need your anger now." And it's that anger that allows her to sort of resist. Not because it's good to be angry at people necessarily, but because, again, will. The will to stand for what matters and to not give in to cynicism. That is something evil does not expect. It doesn't expect you to resist. And when you do, it doesn't know what to do with it. Doesn't know what to do. So, Labyrinth, you have no power over me. Yeah. So hugely important. What's up, Hippo? That's it, right? Though, like, because we've gone into this nonsense. We've been told in society that like the cool kids, they're cynical. Like, you're so naive, but like the cool kids, nonsense. That's not borne out by history. It's not borne out by historical study that the cynics are always right. In fact, the cynics tend to be wrong. They tend to be wrong because they cherry pick history and they conveniently explain away the success stories. So they're like, oh, well, that's just because... Anyway, it's not true. Cynicism is not borne out by reality. Oh, I'm honored, Rising Tides. Thank you. That's a great honor. Yeah, the movie did not work. The problem with that movie, honestly, the real problem with Wrinkle in Time is that I think it's very much like Ender's Game, which, I mean, forget about the trash fire that is the author of that particular book. But beyond that, Ender's Game is so internal to Ender that it's extremely difficult, it seems to me, to make that thing work. Like, as a movie, I don't see it. Thank you for the host, Ditch Inferno. I just don't think it's easy to do that, to be perfectly honest. And that's the same thing with Wrinkle in Time. Wrinkle in Time is such a weird book, that I think it's very hard to translate to the screen. I'm not saying it can't be done, but I think they basically were just like, lots of palettes and Oprah Winfrey, what do you think? And it's like, yeah, it's not, That's why Delight is the best hero? Hell yeah, Div. How many hooks? Oh, books. Well, the first series is Wrinkle in Time, Wind in the Door, I think is the second one, and then A Swiftly Tilting Planet, I think is the third one. I have to say that I liked Wrinkle in Time as a kid. I still like it, but I don't love Wrinkle in Time personally. It's a very important book to some people. I think it's well written. I don't love it personally. I think it's dated, and I don't think it, it doesn't quite connect anymore for me, but it's still a good book, obviously. I'm just talking about for me personally. But I think it's a very important book to read. I will say that when I read it as a kid, Wrinkle in Time, I basically was able to keep up with. The sequel and the book afterwards, I didn't know what the hell was going on. When I was reading it, like, I must have been 10 or 11, those books went, whew, I was like, I don't know what's going on in these books. So, yeah, anger is a gift, Rage Against the Machine. Yeah. And again, I would define it as not like a fire hose, right, that you just spray everywhere. Targeted anger, focused anger, concentrated anger, righteous anger, anger that is generated by a sense of the need to do something to everyone else. If you want to look at an example, I want to look at a genre of fiction that relies upon anger and weaponizes it into effective change, read satire. Satire is among the angriest work you will ever read, despite the fact that it's funny. That's the point, right? Voltaire's Candide is a deeply angry book. Ishmael Reed, Hocus Pocus, deeply angry. Gulliver's Travel, not Gulliver's, well, yes, Gulliver's Travels, but, A Modest Proposal, right, by Jonathan Swift, very angry. A lot of great satire. And frankly, even a lot of books of Terry Pratchett are angry, and they should be, because the idea is to reveal in the light of truth, right, the depravity and hypocrisy of the people that you are going after, because you always punch up, not down, right? And satire is enormously effective at that. And by the way, anger does not have to be a permanent state. In fact, I think it's not a good idea to be angry all the time. I think anger should be something which is saved for just the right occasions, because if you're righteously angry at the right time, it means you can be at peace and happy when there are not injustices being perpetrated. So again, it's not anger which is destructive. It's anger which is constructive, generative, right? And I would never presume to comment on this, but if you were to ask people like I imagine the Rising Tides would talk about this, the righteous anger is part of what allows writers of color, is part of what allows BIPOC, what allows, LGBTQIA+, et cetera. It's what allows these groups to be able to strike blows against the so-called mainstream view, which in some ways, not in some ways, in many ways, marginalizes and excludes and restricts. That's why righteous anger is deployed. And so, yeah, but I want to emphasize that it's targeted and controlled, right? Like a knife, not like a sledgehammer. So, yeah, well, talk about not understanding what the problem. Somebody once said that the problem with Nietzsche is that everyone is always like, oh yeah, like people misunderstand what Nietzsche was saying, except they always seem to misunderstand him the same way. Like, people's misunderstanding of Nietzsche ends up with Nazi Germany. Like, if that tends to be what happens, at a certain point, I'd be like, it might be not just an interpretation problem, it might be a representation of the facts problem. Like, if you read Ayn Rand and you always come away from that work, from Atlas Shrugged and from all these books, being kind of a selfish bastard, and that always seems to happen to people that take Ayn Rand to heart, then maybe the problem is Ayn Rand, rather than just like, oh, you misunderstood her. No, I think I got it. Thanks. I think I was able to understand the meaning. Oh, man. Yeah. I mean, look, Pratchett, I adore Pratchett. Oh, so good. Okay. And by the way, last thing, righteous anger, when conveyed properly, can lead to should lead to positive outcome. There is peace that can be found on the other side of righteous anger. But you've got to have the anger first, and change has to happen. So, yeah, I also have never met an author of speculative fiction who has read Pratchett that didn't at least admire, even if it's not their thing, that didn't admire Pratchett's work. Pratchett was a prose pro, and I think if anything, Pratchett, I've said this many times, is underrated. I think his ability to summarize inequity in a way that both is a funny and devastatingly serious is astonishing to me. That's so beautifully said, Rising Tides. Yeah, exactly. So well said. See that? You want to talk about a guy. You're a very thoughtful person, Rising Tides. I think you should be maybe like a reviewer or a game designer or maybe even a poet. You thought about that? You might want to try that poetry thing out for a while. You want to know the soul of a poet? Read something like this. It's because it's generative. It bakes bread to eat. It forges steel to craft. It tempers glass to see. It only burns stuff down when they're not necessary. Anything more than that and you use it poorly. Poet, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, I shouldn't say. I'm going to be more broad than that. Poet, everyone. Not just ladies and gentlemen. My apologies. Poet to everybody. So, good stuff, man. Yeah, I completely agree with you. Yes. And again, that's not an inferno that, as you say, that's not an inferno that burns everything down, that does nothing, right? That burns down your own home as well as everyone else's. That's not the point. It's, as you say, generative. It's forging something new. That's what it's about. All right. Meanwhile, of course, I've been having this conversation, right? So I imagine that all of you are just off screen and you're all like chatting with each other, like sitting around a fire or whatever. And like Saeed's like, know that I am waiting your response. Know that I am prepared to hear you. Know that I'm right. I'm here. No, hello, no. Yeah. No, I mean, I just have to be. Yeah. It's let me tell you, out in the world that's not, where we are now, the ladies and gentlemen thing is ubiquitous. So my bad. Yeah, I wanted to make sure I caught that. No, exactly. No, Echo, how could I possibly forget those? How could I possibly forget those? Okay, I thank you, Zaev, and I welcome your help.
Then we shall speak no more of it, now that my vow is spoken. Now we must travel to the ruins of the culture of Ilfarn, and there undergo the rituals you will need to arm your spirit against the King of Shadows.
All right, where are these ruins?
I have marked the location of the city on your map. There we shall find what we seek and complete the ritual of purification.
Hell yeah. All right, the statues of purification. Okay, so that's good. What do we got? We are the shard bearer, blah, 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 blah. And so I've also got to fix this keep. Okay, so I need to go find out then. Let's quick save it. Yeah, I mean, it's like, again, and it's not like, this is not like an awful, oh my God, it's just something I'm, in general, I'm trying to be better of. In fact, I was listening to the D&D with GOG podcast, that audio podcast that Fleos did. Echo probably has a link to that. I think, actually, no, we have a command for it now in chat, actually. And that's been really cool to be listening to that and just kind of remember. That's been really cool. However, man, I say things like, okay, I'm going the wrong way. I say guys, especially in those first few episodes, constantly, even though I'm also dealing with Pyron Jade, who is not a guy. Like, I do it constantly, and it's just a habit, guys and there are a lot of people who would still argue that guys is a gender neutral term. It's not an awful thing to say. It's just, so I say folks now, and, but like, that's all. You just make a correction and you move on. That's all. Yeah, brother. Well, that's Hulk Hogan though. But see, now I know. I have a feeling Rising Ties is going to be with me on this, because I know that Rising Ties, I'm pretty sure, is a WWE fan of strong vintage, in some level. The old school WWF. I'm talking about. And that was just like, oh brother, let me tell you. What you gonna do when the 6-inch pythons, 8-inch pythons come down on you, So that that's a little that's a little different. Yeah. Right, Valerian, that's it. Like I just try to stick with, it's just safer to say folks, that's all. For me, because that pretty much gets, you all is not bad, although I don't know. I know everyone's just like, y'all is easy, but I'm like, I really am not Southern, so it always feels a little bit to me like I'm affecting something, Right, see, Coven gets it, honestly. Chummers is nicely neutral, Ome. What's up, Dunsel? Listen, Dunsel, just because you have, like, astonishing facility, and you can be like, Chummers, Drek, like, all this stuff, like, you can fire that stuff out like it's going out of style. You speak Shadowrunese, sir. You got that skill, the skills.
Officer Kana, reporting for duty, Captain. Lord Nasher has given you a great honor. But rebuilding these grounds will be a considerable undertaking.
And one I look forward to. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Captain. I am Master Veedle. I won't lie to you. This keep is in a sad state of repair. We will need all the resources you can bring to bear to fix her up. With the help of my crew, we can turn this place into a true masterpiece of engineering.
Master Veedle is excellent at his craft and capable of what he claims, if somewhat eccentric.
Yeah.
I went ahead and inspected the
That's
grounds.
fair, Rising Tides.
There is much work that needs
Exactly,
to be done.
Valerian.
The
He's like-
courtyard itself is in a shambles, but that can be fixed quickly. Strong backs and long hours and you'll see the shape of the keep. And, well, what's underneath won't be pretty, but before long we'll have the keep cleared out for you. We're embarking on a true adventure. Men, set the camp over there. I'll draw up plans for the work.
There are preparations I must make. Come speak to me within the keep when you would like an update, Captain.
That's Sans VA. No, it totally is. All right, I want to get this thing going. Let's go, Veedle. What can we do, Veedle? We've cleared the grounds. As you can see, there is much work to do. Work requires a certain amount of coin. My men need to be fed after all, and the amount of material will not be cheap. There is good news, though. Sir Neville formally commissioned me to work on the project, and Lord Nasher will fund part of it. But the other part is up to you. I will need gold to rebuild, but Nasher's coin will cover expenses for a time. I live for my work, you see, but others don't. All right, how much money to give me? I do not know the exact figure, but not enough. People just don't appreciate how much good masonry costs. The missive details how much gold Neverwinter is allocated for Crossroad Keep. You can use those funds your own to work on several things. The keep, the courtyard, the fortifications, and the surrounding lands. All right, how's the courtyard look? Courtyard itself doesn't need anything, but there are several buildings that have to be built from scratch. Yeah, same. Exactly the same, Rising Tides, yeah. Exactly same. I like folks too. Jabroni. Hey, you jabroni. All right, here we go. I'm going to do a quick test of all of you in chat, okay? This is going to test your 1980s pro wrestling knowledge. Here we go. Who used to come into this theme? Do 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 do. Who came into that? Famous wrestler. Yeah. Yes, it is abstractism. No, was not Sergeant Slaughter. Nope. People I've used, certainly. Yeah. The tune is Great Gates of Kiev, yeah. But who used it to come in? Famous wrestler of the 80s. Super famous. Anyone know? Okay, what are these buildings? You don't have to worry about rebuilding all of it. Some accommodations will be built by people that come to live here. The inn, for example, is already operational. Naturally. Maybe the actual music? I don't want to get DMCA'd, though. Bum 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 bum. No one knows? I thought somebody might know. All right, what needs work inside the keep? Keep has been laid bare to the elements for decades. Many of the rooms are structurally unsound, don't you know? I've closed off many rooms until my men can work on it. Rubble will have to be cleared and stonework repaired in there, but it can be done. How much work do the fortifications need? All right, nobody knows? The answer. Now I'm going to give you a bigger clue. Oh my, you really? You never saw him? Oh my goodness. The person I'm talking about. Oh yeah. I'm gonna jump from the top rope and I'm gonna take the elbow down on top of you. Oh yeah. Snap into it. You should know this just from the Skyrim mod that uses this mod. Oh, yeah. He used to do ads for Slim Jim. Snip into it. Macho Man. Yeah, Randy Macho Man Savage used to come in that way. Yep. Yep, Randy Macho Man Savage. Yep. With Elizabeth on. This is when, by the way, they did full out storylines. Like the whole they're good, then they're bad again, then they're good. Like they did full out storylines. Like it was all, yeah, no, he was good. I have to say, actually, that this is back at the time. I don't watch wrestling anymore because it's gone kind of off the rails, I think. But there was a time when I watched it a lot because I didn't have a lot of extra channels, partly in the 80s. And so it was like Iron Sheik, Alexander Volkov, Leaping Lanny Poffo, who would later become the Genius. I loved him because he would like read poems and then he would write them on Frisbees and throw them out to the crowd. And then he would do all these like awesome flips in the ring and stuff like that. The Birdman, Coco Beware. Later on, there was Iron Mike Sharp, who was the Canadian wrestler they always brought out as the sort of veteran challenge, and he always lost every match. But they always brought him out as like, oh, a real test for the new rookie when they were trying to introduce somebody new. But yeah, Randy Macho Man Savage. So those storylines, and obviously Hulk Hogan, those storylines became a big part of what it was at the time. And my favorite wrestler at the time was Chris Benoit. And then, of course, the experience of what happened at the end with Benoit was awful in every respect. And that's really was kind of, I mean, I had not been watching wrestling for many years at that point, but that sort of end game really soured everything about that experience for me. So I still remember those wrestling days with fondness when it really was just kind of like a cartoon. But the sort of ugly side of it and the way that WWF at the time, run by Vince McMahon, runs things and all that, like, you know. But man, Jim the Anvil Neidhart, Bret Hart, the Mouth of the South, The Undertaker, who was around for like a billion years, and Paul Bearer. Oh, yes. The manager. Bobby Heenan, Rowdy Roddy Piper. Oh, man. Yeah, Owen Hart. Ric Flair. Nature Boy. Woo! I was actually there at E3 many, many years ago. This is like 20 years ago now plus. Probably like 25 years ago. And they had Ric Flair come in because they were like advertising some wrestling game for the Nintendo or whatever. And so he played an actual fan and beat him. And he's just like, woo! You know, it was pretty funny. Right. Yep. Yeah, that was it. The whole debacle of Miss Elizabeth, yep. And his animal print. Let me tell you something. Yep. And Mean Gene. Let me tell you something, Mean Gene. So, yeah. All that stuff. Yeah, I know. I know. That whole thing just made me feel dirty, Rising Tides. Like, that whole thing was just, ugh. And I mean, again, I had already been out of it for quite a while in terms of watching it, but, you know, I knew a guy actually who was a semi-pro wrestler. Like, it was like, you know, 3 levels below it was like below WCW, ACW, whatever CW. Like, it was very low on the list, but, you know, and a lot of those guys, a lot of them were really, and then, you know, the women became increasingly important. A lot of those folks were really good athletes, actually. Because to be able to do what they did without actually hurting each other was its own kind of skill. So, yeah. Anyway. Right. And the fortifications are what Lord Nasha cares most about. When my men are working on that, we can't work on any other projects until we're done. Is there anything wrong with the surrounding land? Nothing's wrong with it. It could just be so much more right. Crossroad Keep is atop a large hill, and the trail could be widened, maybe even converted to cobblestone. And the roads nearby have no local lord to maintain them. Those could be improved, as well as the bridge, and, well, a great deal can be done. Mostly that will help with trade, and that in turn will help you with funding the rest of the projects the men and I would like to undertake. Rebuilding roads is simple but very labor intensive. When the men are working on that, they can't be doing anything else. So what I want to do is I want to work from the outside in. I want to work with the roads first, then I want to deal with fortifications, then I want to deal with the buildings inside. Because the roads will help me pay for things, the fortifications are necessary to stop the outer invasions, and then I can worry about the buildings. So, want to rebuild something? Yes, of course, you have coin to spend and you want to know how to spend it. Might I recommend doing some structural work on the keep first? So many of the rooms inside are closed off because they could collapse at any moment. No way for you to live. Part of the keep do you want to talk about? Nope, I want surrounding areas. Besides the keep, my men can work on getting the merchant trails in a better state of repair. The trail to our keep is especially dreadful. Looks like it was made by goats, not men. You met Lou Albano with Cyndi Lauper a number of times. Andre, too. Yeah, Andre the Giant. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Yeah, exactly. This is when they were kind of going like way off this way. I feel like they were a lot more kind of innocent and just goofy. And then they just got real dark, which maybe corresponds with Vince McMahon's personal politics. I don't know, but all I know is that his wife ran unsuccessful. It was one of the classic, like the pro wrestler Iron Mike Sharp. Vince McMahon's wife was the Iron Mike Sharp of politics in Connecticut. My home state was like, no. She's like, Linda McMahon's like, I have a lot of money. We're like, yeah, no. And then she's like, but wait, I'll run for the... No. But can I... No. How about dog catch it? No. Linda McMahon wasted a whole lot of money convincing people she was a legitimate candidate for Republicans in this state. And was like, nope, not so much. Where was I? Oh, yes, and also work in the surrounding roads. Both will help trade, but they take time. While my men are working on that, however, they can't be assigned to the projects. Let's go! Have the men work on making the trail to Crossroad keep wider and easier for merchant wagons to travel. My favorite of duties, but it will not only help travelers and merchants, but will help me with my materials. I have to go right now. I'll be back once the men have finished construction. So much to do, so much to do. Okay, so they're working on that. Next, we'll be working on the fortifications, but we're not going to deal with that right now. Right now, we are going to go talk to her, and then we're going to head off to continue the quest. Oh, me and the lads have decided to sign on. Oh, for sure, Dunsel, of course. We found a good place in the streets with you and yours. Nearly all of us decided to come here. We can run messages, carry pots and pans, even get water from the well. And, of course, clear a path for you if you need it. Give us time, we'll be able to whisk you away in any direction you need, and faster you can think it, you'll be there. Awesome, thanks, Wolf. Your Master Beetle does quick work. There's places me and the boys can guide you now. Just flag any one of us down and we'll clear a path. Ooh. To a dragon's horde? That's pretty sweet. Wolf, the fast traveler. Alright, well, let's go inside. Let's talk about the keep. Yeah, Karth, this feels to me, though, like this is the kind of thing I can set and be like, okay, go work on this, and then I go do something else. I don't have to micromanage it. That's the thing that annoys me. If I'm playing the game, I don't want to constantly be reminded, like, oh, don't forget, this is happening. While you were off having fun, your kingdom fell apart. Like, that, I don't... Please, God, no. Like, if I just say, do this... Like, I was talking to Trendane about this with Solasta. Apparently, the way crafting works there is that you can set your players... Up, some fireworks. Little early, people. It's the 3rd. What the hell? Anyway, so you can set your people, your characters, to work on, like, making a healing potion, and then be like, now go travel. And they'll tell you when it's done. Like, you don't have to be like, all right, collect 5 of this, 12 of this, 6 of this, go over here, do the thing with the bench. Like, that stuff, you know? Almost no American ever listens, yeah. Oh, really? Well, but I mean, in America, though, Norway. Okay. Right, let's do it.
It
Really,
is an
Denzel?
honor to serve, Captain.
Whoa.
You have been rewarded greatly with this stronghold. Long have I waited for my blade to be in the service of someone worthy. My waiting is over.
Ah, thank you. I was about to say, I was getting a little bit tired about hearing how great it is that, you know, what an honor this stronghold is. I'm like, my dude. Okay, the honor is as much mine to have you and the others work with me.
You are too modest. We are the ship, and you are the wind that moves us.
You
There
are
is
the
much yet that
wind
needs to be
beneath
done.
my
Rebuilding the
wings.
keep itself, Master Vidal can handle. But training the Grey Cloaks to defend its battlements is very important. Training a few men can be done quickly with
I can
the
see
right
that, Div.
teachers.
What's up, Mar?
But Sir Naval has promised 100 men for you shortly. And if the keep grows, so will your retinue and your command. So, we must start with the basics and turn these farmers and shepherds into fighting men.
It's weird, right? Like, that. Wow, those fireworks are not joking around. I wonder if I can see them from here. Oh, I can. I don't know if you're going to be able to see this if I turn this way. You can all hear that, right? Okay, I'm turning it up a little bit. Let me move the mic in that direction. It actually just stopped. Oh. I know, right, Dunsel? They're not that close, though. They're like 2 streets away, maybe. And, you know, in fairness, I will say, now, I actually used to love fireworks. I still like them okay, although I don't like them as much as I used to when I was younger. But the one thing about it, the mic is really loud right now because I'm trying to see if you can pick it up. It's been raining nonstop here for basically 3 days. So in fairness, it's not like we're doing this in drought season. You know what I mean? So I'm not as, you know, not to mention that we're a block and a half from the ocean. So I'm not as kind of, you know, annoyed about it. If this were the West Coast, I would be pissed off and reporting it to the police. Because, like, you should 100% not be doing fireworks anywhere on the West Coast of the United States at this time. Not a chance. Not with those temperatures and that drought. But out here, Okay. Yeah, and that's agreed, Div. Yeah, that's the problem. You know, I think about the dogs and the effect that that has, and I'm like, you know. So. Yeah, I know they will, but, you know. I know they will, but they shouldn't. And I will. I don't want them to when it's something which is literally dangerous to society for them to be doing it. So, like, I would report that. Again, straight up, if we were in that situation. But, I mean, we're not. And it's like, you know, it's 9 o'clock, and it's Saturday, July 3rd. I don't understand why we're doing this on the 3rd instead of the 4th, but, like, you know, it's all right, you know. That's a good point, too, Coven, yeah. I mean, I do worry about the effect on animals and pets. I certainly, and, you know, to say nothing of, like, the wild, you know, the animals out in the wild. And, yeah, for soldiers, you know, so. Oh, that's, yeah. See that, right, Didge. So that's what I'm talking about, right? Like, that's just, like, come on now. Hey, you know what? Also, I wanted to ask you this the other day. Is it Dig Inferno? Because I always assumed it was like Digital Inferno. Is it Dig Inferno or is it Dig Inferno? Because if I've been mispronouncing your name and it's actually Dig with a hard G, then I apologize and I want to get it right. Yeah. Digi. So it is Digi Inferno. So I am pronouncing it right? It is Digi? With a softer G, a J, instead of a G. Like, I know the real pronunciation, for example, of Divinorium is Divinorium. So I'm pronouncing it right. Okay, cool. Divinorium. It's like speak and spell. Div-I-nor-E-um. Yeah. Right, Dunsel. Like, the one, actually, the official one near me has been delayed until Monday, I think. So, yeah. It's pronounced like GIF. which is GIF, not GIF, in accordance with the prophecy. I don't care what the maker of GIF thinks. No, 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 sparkly wallflower. No sparkly whale flower. It's not GIF. Yeah, I don't think there's enough of them, Valerian Gamer, to make a difference there. And also, it is true that most fireworks these days are made with very strongly, like the components are largely biodegradable and they break down quickly. But there's still a huge fire risk. They don't break down immediately. The making of the fireworks is not super good for the environment. So, yeah. I happen to know this because my father-in-law he's retired now, but he was a lobbyist that basically was basically the national fireworks lobbyist for TNT fireworks, which is the largest one in the country, and was the advocate who basically lobbied and almost wrote practically laws statewide countrywide for various states for the better part of 2 decades. So I learned a lot of this stuff, actually. Yeah, exactly, Valerian. And storage is a huge problem too. That's right. That's right. Especially, not even so much in the initial warehouses. It's because those warehouses usually have like very heavy restrictions in terms of like sprinkler systems and all that stuff. It's more the stores after they buy them and where they store them. Because if you've ever been through some areas in the States anyway, some of the places are not what I would call super secure. So you have fireworks that are 5-6 years old? Really? Okay, sorry, I gotta just fix one thing. Because we learned for years and years and years that it was GIF, right? Like, we don't pronounce giggle, jiggle. GI, right? Do you know in this game what we don't pronounce Jith Yankee? We don't pronounce it Jith Yankee, do we? Because that would be jank, which if we were to mispronounce it the other direction would be gank. We're not ganking anyone. That's different from something being janky. Similarly, it's not Jith Yankee, it's Gith Yankee. It's not jiggle when you mean giggle. Fish does not have gills, it has gills. We don't buy bars of jold. It's gold. I mean, I could go on. Giraffe. Yeah, you find one example, giraffe. Fine. So, fine. How does that explain giggle, Gith Yankee, gift? It's not gift, is it? That's the other thing. G-I-F-T is pronounced gift, not gift. So why is G-I-F suddenly special? We get special sauce. Gigabytes, not gigabytes. It's gigawatts. That's with a J. But gigabytes is a G. Gigawatts is a G. Ginormous is, I mean, how legit a word is ginormous, honestly? Yeah, but again though, but let's remember, what's the closer definition? Gift. Someone has been given a gift. It is not given a gift. That's literally the same letters plus one. G-I-F-T. Right, and it's goofy, not joofy. What a joofy thing to say. Nobody paid attention to Gallagher's comedy, right? By the way, in case anyone's curious, I don't really care that much about this issue, by the way. I'm just having fun with it. Okay. Besides training what needs to be done.
There are a few families of farmers that will want protection from the local keep, as they had in years past. This section of the high road has also been plagued with bandits since Crossroad Keep fell to the King of Shadows long ago.
Exactly, Valerian.
We have been given the right to tie the merchant trains that come through, but until the road is made safe, any tithe collectors
Exactly,
will find
Dunsel.
the road empty. Merchants prefer safer, longer roads, especially if they make more profit.
Giraffic.
But all of this relies on training your Grey Cloaks into capable soldiers.
How good are your giraffics? Like, I mean, come on. That is Geralt, although for years I thought that was Geralt. Time to put on your joggles. Your joggles. Oh, you mean your goggles? Time for you to stand jarred. Oh, you mean guard? That was really great. Oh, you mean great? I love it, man. That was super groovy. You mean groovy? Ha. Yeah, right, Coven, but when there's no reason to do that, though, right? There's no reason to do that. You have a model right there. People already complain that English is just filled with nothing but exceptions, and they're right in some ways, because of nonsense like that. If you've got the word gift, it's right there in front of you. Take off the T, GIF. No, let's call it GIF. Why would you do that? What is the point of doing that? Yeah, but that's dumb. That's dumb. I know, right? Oh, God. All right. Anything else?
I will carry out your orders when you are away. Once the men are trained, there are more things they can do.
All right, train
As
them.
our numbers swell here, I could use more able sergeants to oversee the men. I can train and assign tasks to sergeants if you find some for me. The decisions you make here may have a large impact on the cloaks and the people on your land.
Right, Prince Justin?
After some time, I'm certain Lord Nasher will have direct orders for your men. But until then, they are yours to
Choosy
command.
linguists choose GIF. Okay, great. That's great. Give me a report on Crossroad Keep. All right, time passed. 60,000 gold. 0, 10 merchants, 5 peasants. Peasants fill the average. Training. Wow, look at this. Grey Cloaks. They have no training, very low unit strength, poor weapons, no armor. Sergeants. No buildings constructed. No keep. Road. Okay. There's a lot of crap, is basically what we're saying. All right. Much to be done. Okay. All right. I want to organize the men. You have several men, Captain. Many things we can do with them. They can be assigned different tasks. Training and garrison duty. Garrison duty. Patrolling the roads and the keeps lands and trying to recruit more Grey Cloaks to join our ranks. I've assigned the men to training and garrisoning the keep for now. I choose you, Gifapu. On occasion, special assignments may be available. It might be wise to check back with me whenever you come to the keep. Look, my real name is Gregory. All right, this is mainly the reason. My name is not Dredge. It's Greg. All right? It's my real name. Ladies and gentlemen, Dredgery A. Wilson. No. Yeah, exactly, Valerian. My name's Gregory, yo. Want to reassign. Have the men train. Split the men between patrolling the roads. Roads need Grey Cloak patrols. Alright, primarily peasant militia. Alright, good. How battle ready are they? Alright, how about tithing? As captain of Crossroad Keep, you have the right and duty to collect taxes and tithes of the people in Lord Nasher's lands. Left to your discretion how much you collect. As funds go to the keep's coffers, can be used for construction. 2 taxes involved, those on merchants, those on the farmers. Lands have been lawless for many years, and the rugged farmers here are not used to being taxed. They may resent it. The merchants are also used to the keep's portion of the high road being a free road, but a dangerous one. If we tithe them at all, they may consider longer, safer backcountry roads or hiring ship from high cliffs. Until the land is tamed, any taxes you impose may only chase those we need away. No ties on the road. Alright. Unlike merchants, farmers aren't taxed regularly, but they've been forced to send tax collectors to lands more frequently. Expect the same. Like, you know, when the tax collectors are coming through, I have to set the tax amount before then. Light tax. Alright. Slight tax. I'm Kana, a warrior follows the way. All other words are ephemeral, like trying to catch butterflies with blades of grass. Okay, I'll stop. Grass. Exactly, sparkly. Yeah, JPEG and MPEG. Yes, yes, yes. I still seek the purity of the way of swords. The way is not about destinations, instead it's the path. Through serving you, I have found the way again. I cannot thank you enough for that. Can you teach me the way of swords? I cannot teach you the way. It is a path of service, and you are one who leads. All right. That's good to start with. I'll reassign them as we go in. Jason, yeah. I mean, I think that's the thing, too, right? Is that everybody just assumed it was GIF, because it is, until the creator was like, no GIF. And then we were like, wait, what? Okay, how we doing, Beetle? Construction is complete, Captain. I'm eager to hear what you want us to do next. Oh, I want to rebuild something. All right. What are we doing on the surrounding areas? No. That's too expensive. I want to do the fortifications. Walls more wall-like. Horrible mess right now. Holes everywhere. Just filling in the holes is the first step. Lord Nasher made it quite clear he considers this a top priority. It'll take a long time to rebuild the walls, even with a wizard I've contracted for extra work. We better do quicker projects first. Nope. We do this project first, because then we can do the quicker projects when the freaking keep is not going to be overrun when a kobold wanders by and decides to do it. Start repairs in the walls. We'll fill the holes, Captain, but without more work after that, they'll barely be worth calling defenses. So much to do, so much to do. I mean, I'm going to go back in and talk to her. If it's this fast that he's like, all right, we widen the roads. Like, if it's just transition, then I'm going to go in and out until I run out of money. Like, all right, hey, what's going on? It's a nice place you got here. Looks like it still has some holes in the wall, but nice all the same. I'm Uncas. I know you're busy, so I'll be blunt with you. I've come here with a business proposition for you. I'd like to have some of my dealings here. I don't answer questions, and if you're the Inquisitor type, I'll just pack my gear and bid you good day. Exchange, I can find buyers for anything you want to sell. Anything at all. Just consider me a no-nonsense merchant. We good? As long as you don't break the law. What are you, some initiate of the Church of Tyre? I think I presented myself clearly. That's your problem, not mine. Nah, goodbye. Make this perfectly clear. You say no deal, then it's off. Completely off. Try looking for me, you're just going to find bank stairs. You sure we can't make a deal? Goodbye. Pleasure doing business with you. No, I'll show myself the way out. Yeah, goodbye, Uncas. Nope. I want to be able to not worry about... I don't need stuff from you. So, thanks, but no. Alright, Kana. Our patrols are barely making a difference in getting the roads safer. The roads here have been wild for years. Take regular patrols to change that. Let's organize the men. Let's get more gray cloaks. We have a fair complement of loyal retainers, but surely there are more that would gladly serve you. Besides soldiers, few people that visit here live here and patrol the roads. All right. 2%, 38,000 gold. Income, 3,000 gold. Okay. 10 merchants, 5 peasants. Training none. Very low, very low. We got to train them. Fortifications are repaired. Road condition widened. Okay, we need more land security. Need more land security. Ooh, we got a channel boost? Nice. Channel boost. Let's do it, people. Community challenge has begun. We have been knocking these things out of the park, so let's keep that up, folks. If we can do that, that would be great. Vidal. Instructions complete, Captain. I'm eager to hear what you want to do next. I want you to keep rebuilding things, man. Let's rebuild something. Okay, let's see. Let's go. Some of the larger merchant trains will be able to visit us. We need more money. That's a lot of money, but we need more money. Always go in these things for more money first. I love that I haven't even had to go do anything yet. I'm like, go do this, run in, come out. We're already halfway there. Nice, keep it up. Yeah, these are channel points, folks, and you can use these for this benefit.
There's a sheriff from a nearby village that wants your help.
Well met to you, Captain. I'm the Sheriff of Leaves. We're a small village just south of your patrols.
What's up?
Our patrols have made some of the bandits go elsewhere, in search of easier pickings.
Which sends them right to Leaves, I'm afraid.
Is it a halfling village? No, what happened to the village?
The bandits have raided our village twice. First time just to steal our pigs, but we're thinking it's going to get worse.
So Leaves wants us to send regular patrols their way to stop them.
Your Lady Conna has the straight of it. It's a lot to ask, I know, but we're desperate.
If we send men over there, those are men we won't have for our own patrols and duty. It could set us back on our own front. The decision is yours.
I am sworn to carry your burdens. Let's do. Send half of our ready men. Station. Let's do it.
There's no way my village can thank you enough, Captain. Thank you.
Sending half our men out? Captain, that will severely limit our effectiveness until it's done.
I'm aware of that.
I hope you've made the right call.
So do I. I've done that on purpose because if all goes well, that is going to make things work well for us. So now I can't do that all the time. I thought about just sending a patrol, but Vidal. Construction's complete. What do we got next? All right, let's see. Surrounding areas. Oh, the roads at large. No. No. Okay. How are we doing on... Okay, Smithy. No, I want more stuff. How about the keep itself? Wait. What about the West Wing? Other purposes. $50,000 gold. Good gravy. All right, wait a second. All right, West Wing. How am I doing on money? I have 32,000 gold. I'm spending my money on this keep. The more, I actually am amazed that this is working this way. If I can get all this stuff done before I even go on to finish the main quest, please tell me that it worked.
There's a matter that requires your attention, Captain. There's a group of people here to see you.
It is a pleasure to meet you. You've made a bit of a name for yourself, and me and my band were hoping to impose upon you. You see, we want to follow in your footsteps and become adventurers. So we've pooled our resources to equip ourselves. And now all we need is a mission that will get us gold and riches.
Gotta be
Now,
honest.
it's not just about that, David. It's also about making the realms a safer place. Too much mischief afoot these days, if you ask me.
Right you are, Brother Maxwell. So, do you have any work for us?
Turning them loose sounds like a bad idea to me. Even when we first set out, we had more sense in our toes than this lot has between them.
Is there anything these adventurers can help us with? Hidden in one of the taverns in Neverwinter is a secret passage which leads to untold riches. Oh god. Anything they can help us
Near
with?
Port Last, we've heard rumors that the Luskins are plotting something. If I had any spare men, I'd send them to investigate.
You hear that? Now that's an adventure. Let's take the high road then.
It's just a rumor.
Thank you,
It
Dunsel.
could be nothing. Wait!
Make sure you have enough rations for the journey, and don't worry, we'll get to the bottom of this.
I fear we've set those poor fools on a dangerous course.
Whatever. They're not our problem. I received word from Captain Brelan and Neverwinter. They've captured Garius' consort, Torio Claven, and are holding her for treason. Brelana said they were going to put her to death, but Sir Naval interceded and said we should let you decide her fate. Torio Claven has offered her full cooperation and access to everything that she knows in exchange for her life. If you decide to let her live, she'll be transferred to Crossroad Keep to serve as an informant. What's your opinion? I think that Torio Claven poses an acceptable risk compared to the benefit of the information she could provide. This is a tough call, because I don't trust Torio, but it is a lot of info. Hear the sound again? Yeah, Jerry Maguire. How we doing on that channel boost? Because I don't have the channel thing up. Are we close? I'm going to have her come. I'd rather have us looking at it. I shall send Vittorio to be brought to Crossroad Keep. 89%. If any of you have extra channel points, we can get this done, folks. It'd be great. Okay. 7%. 15, 5, 65 number. Okay, we got more recruits. Cobbled. We still need more things to do. Okay. I have a great report. Found some recruits, but not many. Best recruiters are trained soldiers and high spirits. Okay. Surrounding areas. Oh, nope. Nope. I want to organize the men. Okay. So, because I got to get money in here, and most of all, I need to get more recruits, more men. You know, like, that's what I got to do. We did it! Yay! Hey, what's up, It's Law? Good to see you, It's Law, and thank you all so much. Again, I keep pushing that when these things come up, I love this, because they go so, like, we do them so quickly now, that's gotta mean something to the powers that be at Twitch, that we do these channel boosts this quickly. Plus, it also gets us more notice and does get us boosted and shown up. So thank you, everybody, for doing that. Thank you so much. It's really awesome. Okay. Yes, I have seen some of those, Coven, and I'll have to think about that when or if we get selected, or when they roll them out generally. I'll have to see about those follower emotes. All right. What else have we got? Okay. Don't have a lot of money left, but I can compensate for the rest. I have about 30,000. So, let's talk about buildings in the courtyard. Lucky Merchant. Shouldn't take long to construct it. All right, let's do it. This is the fastest, like, all you need. Who knew, chat? Listen, if any of you ever need to do, like build anything, if you ever happen to buy a house, or if you happen to own something, like, all you need to do to make things go faster is you just walk in and out of a building nearby. Like, you just go to the person and you're like, all right, can you build a house? They're like, sure. And then you, like, go and walk into, like, you know, a Best Buy, and you look around, and then you're like, all right, I'm good to go. Right, only usable on the channel. Yep. I have reported the men we sent to the Halfling village. Our men fought the bandits a couple days ago. Few survived. They were outmatched, Captain. It is uncertain how long Leaves can hold out against these bandits. I feel we have failed you. What? Well, how do I train them? How do I train the men? with a montage. Man. I mean... Field mission. What special mission? Haven for bandits. The only farmers left are stubborn and hard as stone. I talked earlier today with a bandit we captured to let us know that Old Man Morris has upset one of the small bandit groups. Farmers led by Old Man Morris don't really trust the keep yet. Helping them out could win them over. I know the Grey Cloaks aren't fully trained and outfitted, but field experience could be invaluable. Let's do it! Take care of this mission, Kana. Let's go. Train these men, and then send them out. Stop the bandits. Let's do it. With a montage. You're the best around, and no one's ever gonna keep you down. Exactly. Where I want an orchestra. Like, how do I... All right, 25,000. Okay. Want to rebuild something. All right. Fortifications. Okay, that's too much. Let's build the smithy. Okay, let's do that. 18,000 gold. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be able to bankroll all of this, but I want something that makes more money so I can build more things. Have you go solo pop? Kana, how'd it go? I have the result from the special mission. It reminds me of Final Fantasy Tactics. Oh man, what was the thing they always used to say? You do it in like, we were successful. They always say one thing about like, we went in with our spirits high or something. Old Man Morris was deep in the hills and the Grey Cloaks had some initial difficulty finding him. The report says he's a colorful character. Men were forced to camp nearby after several warning bolts were fired. A few days of waiting and the bandits did indeed show up. Even though the Cloaks outnumbered the bandits considerably, our men had no training at all. Bandits chased off Old Man Morris, killed at least 2 of our men, still waiting for stragglers to return. Simon was a complete failure. How do I train you? Does anybody know how to train these men? How do I train the men? I don't understand. Like, I want to train them. I will spend money to train them. How do I train them? I don't get it. I mean, how do I do that? I'm happy to recruit anyone I need to recruit. How do I do that? Like... Oh. Okay. Train and garrison the keep. Okay. I didn't realize that... Okay. I guess I missed that. No, I didn't see something that talked about training. I should have done that first. Damn it. All right. Okay, let's discuss another part of the keep. The keep itself. Repair the library. Quite lucky he didn't collapse on top of you earlier, you know. This will make Aldenon happy. He's been begging me to let him back in there. So much to do. Off he goes. All right. When I go back in, I just walked outside. When I come back in 2 minutes, you had better have the men trained and ready to go. Seriously, I can't afford to keep losing, like, recruits. I would have done that a long time ago if I knew that that's what I was supposed to do. Remember the party of adventurers that came here looking for work before? They sent you a letter from port last. Here it is. Seems they managed to stay alive and bear news. Okay. Training is average. Okay. Okay. Men have completed rudimentary training, capable of defending themselves, given enough numbers, overwhelming an opponent. All right. All right. Now we're getting ready here. All right, there we go. Training. Let's do it. Train these men. I want them trained. We got the tools, we got the talent. Finally, they learn, like, what side of the weapon is there. They're like, oh, yeah, I'm supposed to hold the handle. Okay. All right, Beetle. All right, I want to rebuild something. I can't rebuild the fortifications yet. Okay, I can't do that. Can't do that. All right. So I can't afford anything else. That's fine. We rebuilt a lot. Like, I'm not too upset about that. All right. Now that we've trained them, hopefully now we can get some more, like, actual work done on this stuff.
How may I be of service?
There you are. There's Connor, my compatriot, and now the captain, eh? It's me, you know, David. My fellows and I have been adventuring for some time.
At least 10 minutes.
You got my note about Port Last, right? Your Connor was right, you know. Dark deeds happening on the Luskan border. After that, we took to the road and I found an old lady and rescued a cat. We each got an apple.
I guess you have to start somewhere.
I'm certain this old woman was as charmed by
I
your
found an
act
old
as we
lady and
are,
rescued
no
a cat.
doubt.
You know,
What's up, Dizzy?
apples
How
might
you doing,
fetch
man?
a good price with some of the gray cloaks. Do you, have them with you?
Well, if it had been the captain doing it,
What's
the
up,
cat
Golden
would
Drake?
be lost, the tree burned down, and the old lady would be traveling with us now.
Keep to the point, David. Let's not take up any more of the captain's time.
Right you are. Should I ask him about rumors? No, I'm sure the innkeep will have those. Do you know of any jobs for an adventurer?
I still don't think these adventurers are ready to face anything more difficult than a sickly kobold.
I'm along the docks of Hoglet as a shapeshifted dragon princess. If you rescue her, she'll offer an amazing reward. Okay. You really handle any danger?
We learned a great deal in Port Last, and after that, Juin and Kandrel bought new armor, and I've mastered more difficult spells. We aren't as powerful as you, but we can take care of ourselves.
The King of Shadows? Why, yes.
Juin, Kandrel, we have our quest to find out about the King of Shadows. Pack the saddlebags on the horses. There must be clues around. Adventure awaits!
I love this guy.
Sorry, Captain.
Shadows.
David can be, well, you know. Blessings to you all.
One of these days, Captain. You know you're going to get them all killed.
But they'll learn about the King of Shadows. Great Cloak report. The cloaks aren't farmers anymore. They're as skilled as the watch in the city. They could get better, but I'd be willing to put them in the field. All right. Now. Let's go. Let's do it. We're sending them out. They're trained. Now we want to protect the surrounding lands. Get some more money in. Get the money, whatever. Yeah, adventure awaits. Dared is really the Conrad Werner of role-playing. This is what I'm saying. Oh, good times. You all know what I'm talking about. You know what I mean. What did the note say that I didn't read before? It's my pleasure to report findings from our epic journey to Port Last on your behalf. In the Alliance Arms Inn, we encountered a shady fellow from Luskan by the name of Hurling Scar, or Early Star, or, well, I forget exactly. I tipped the local proprietor, one Faglar, or Folger, or, anyway, I tipped him 2 copper to arrange a meeting with the Luskanite. The man was reluctant to speak with us at first, but Maxil challenged him to a drinking contest, with the loser paying for all the drinks of the winner. After much valiant guzzling, Maxil only barely lost. After Maxil rolled under the table, we had to pool all our remaining funds to pay for Sterling Shard's rather large tab. However, we learned one valuable piece of information. This Luskin fool let slip that he had a brother with some business in the south, and we waited in Port Last for his brother's return. We were determined to learn more of this brother of his. The next day, Joanne suggested a different strategy for cracking this Luskin nut. She squeezed Candrel into one of her more revealing dresses and brought her to see Girlingstar. Let me tell you, the man's jaw dropped, as did his eyes. Candrel ushered him to a private table in the back of the inn, where Joanne waited, hiding under the table. By masterful use of her feminine charms, Candrel learned, much to our shock, that Elfinstar's brother, named Carlever or Crawlfur. Anyway, we were shocked to learn that his brother's intended destination was none other than Crossroad Keep. Joanne was so floored that she leapt to her feet, knocking over the table and dropping a candelabra, which started a small fire. Innkeeper Foglord rushed to put out the fire, but ended up burning off half of his mustache. I quickly uttered the first spell that came to mind, Ray of Frost. My quick thinking doused the fire before it could cause any serious harm, but I fear it gave Feargal some minor frostbite. Despite my heroism, we were asked to leave the inn immediately, which brought an end to our investigation. But beware, Captain. Beware of Crawler Lurkingstar. Who knows what dark mission brings him to Crossroad Keep? It is my hope that we have provided you with some valuable intelligence, and as soon as we can raise enough money to afford travel, we shall return to you for our next mission. Cheers, Darid and company. Darid. I love that guy. All right, we're going back in. You better tell me that they've got the patrols set, Captain. A Grey Cloak report for you. Surrounding lands have begun the slow process of clearing out bandits and even monsters. It's dangerous work. Only the hardiest and most desperate would live in our lands right now. Okay. Okay. I just want to keep... I want the land safe, right? I want the land safe. Then I want him to deal with the roads. Then once that's done, then I want him to basically recruit more Greycloaks. That's all. They're like D or E team, yes. That is 100% accurate. I wish I could just stay... I guess I have to leave and come back for time to pass. Because otherwise I could totally see, like... I don't know. Just speaking to her again. All right. Near Wild. All right. How do I get new stuff for the men? Income. I need more income. I need more morale. Training is good. Civility is average. Their weapons are poor. How do I get merchants too? Let's see. Oh, all right. Patrol the roads. Need more money. Haha, that's cool, Golden Drake. Yeah, I'm having a good time with it too. I didn't realize that I could... I mean, I'm kind of doing this right now because I can advance this considerably without having to go run back and forth. Thank you, Echo. I'm sure that's what they expected. They did not, however, account for me being like, I want to do as much of this till my keep's ready, and then I'm going to get back into the rest of the game. I'm back. She's like, you've been here for 15 minutes and already. Remember the adventurers you sent to look for the King of Shadows? They seem to have found something. It's all in this letter they sent. Those fools must be tougher or luckier than I imagined. All right. Really need more Trolls are barely making a difference in getting the roads safer. Roads have been wild for years. Okay. Nice. Okay, so can I leave and then come back? Then we'll see. Oh wait, yeah. I want to read. Okay, here we go. Let me leave here, and then chat. We're gonna read the latest installment. Get ready for it, chat. It's the latest installment of Dayrid's Note, King of Shadows. Ahem. To the captain of Crossroad Keep. I am pleased to report our findings from the quest you sent us on to gather information about the King of... No. Nope. We need more here. Here we go. From the quest you sent us on to gather information about... the King of Shadows. We ventured south into the Mare of Dead Men. Our goal was to head straight to the Vale of Murderlane, where we supposed we might find many answers about this shadowy King of Shadows. The journey to the Mare was chock full of good times, pleasant weather on the road, and accommodating barmaids at most of the inns we came across. Why, Joanne even bought a pet ferret at a bargain price from a one-eyed merchant. She named the ferret Pogo, but more on that later. That's really funny if you know what that's a reference to. That's funny. Pogo is actually a political cartoon featuring animals, and I believe Pogo is a muskrat, actually, not a ferret. Really, really cool. I was talking by Walt Kelly. I was talking about satire before. Unfortunately, before we got far into the Mare, we were chased by some crazed druids, Dizzy Plays among them. After eluding them, we decided to camp for the night. We all felt as tired as the Walking Dead by that point, but still I insisted that Maxil take the first watch. Not long into the night, Maxil's screams woke us. He was running around the camp with an undead Pogo clamped onto his left boot. Through tears of regret, Joanne uttered a cantrip that sent Pogo skittering off into the underbrush, deeper into the Mare than we dared venture. We all talked about what happened as we hastened north away from the Mare. Joanne said that she believes proximity to the Vale of Murderlane turned poor Pogo into a member of the Walking, or Skittering, Dead. We agreed that if we had not been disturbed from our slumber, we might have suffered the same fate. I strongly urge you to tell your people to avoid proximity to the Vale of Murderlane. Boldly yours, Dayrid and Company. P.S. Should you encounter an undead ferret, please put the poor thing out of its misery. I like how much work has not been done here on the freaking King of Shadows. Oh, man. All right. On we go. Alrighty. Kana, give me some good news. Captain the men are test at capacity. Oh! So that's it, huh? Alright. So now we actually do have to go somewhere. Okay. We set them off to do a bunch of stuff. So now they are doing what they need to do. I need to trust that I've set things up the right way. So now let's save it. So, I feel pretty good about most of what we've done here with the keep. Right now, the thing that I really would like... Ooh, we got more keep funds. Oh, we got some income, y'all. We got some income. All right. No more buildings in the courtyard. That's fine. Don't have the 50,000. How about the fortifications is too expensive? What about the keep itself? All right. Work on my personal suite. Captain's suite it is, and I may have a surprise for you. All right. Well, I'm going to go check out and see what this surprise is. I'm now out of money, pretty much. But that's all right. We're getting some income. Do you have anything to tell me, Wolf? Me and the boys are doing well enough and then some. The farm fields outside provide enough food and there's game in the hills. I'm city bred, but if I knew that the eating was this good outside the walls, I think I would have tried life in the country earlier. Alright. I'll worry about that later. He found an undead ferret. Exactly. Alright. You're going to tell me that I can't task the men with anything else, right? Okay, fine. I'm not in a position to do that yet. Oh, wait. I did want... Yeah. I know. Okay. 0 gold at the moment. 2871. 1510 6. Feel the average morale is low. Training is good. Unit strength is very low. Weapons are poor. I really wish I knew how to get them better weapons. Wolf's minion. Alright, let's see what we got. Aldenon, what do you got for me, bro? Okay. I really do not think you should continue to be badly wounded. Like, you really... Well, I have a smithy, though. I already have a smithy. Maybe I can talk to the dude at the smithy. Alright, Aldenon. It's so good you were able to clear this room out. Not many texts were buried here, but there were such rare ones. You know, this room can be turned into an impressive library, given the right texts and time. Lore is said to be my specialty. Okay. Do you know about Luskin's history with Rathan? Well, I do, but it's mostly a tangential discussion. What concerns me is their two governments keep stealing a rather rare tome from each other that really should be in a museum, so it can be properly appreciated. It's called the Tome of Itsakar, an ancient Laelfarn text. Has a great deal concerning golems and portals. It's a shame it can't be studied by others, but it keeps getting locked away or stolen. Golems? Oh yes, it has numerous chapters concerning the construction and control of golems. It's believed it allowed Luskin to gather the golems to attack Neverwinter many years ago. I think I have that. And I suspect it's what allowed this Black Garius to take control of those blade golems you seem to run across, though I doubt he made them originally. What does it have about portals? The tome is said to detail numerous rites, circles, and even details on a means one can use to traverse planes or travel between two separate points instantaneously. Quite fascinating. If we could only get a hold of it, I'm sure we could make good use of such knowledge. What do you know about the King of Shadows? The King of Shadows. Such a grandiose name, really. As I understand it, he brought many legions of demons against the Neverwinter forces. If I recall correctly, many of the battles occurred near the Mare, and West Harbor was one such battleground. With the legions at his disposal, I'd say he was a competent warlock. Well, perhaps a few leagues farther than really competent, considering the fiends he was able to conjure up. So what happened to him? I don't know, really. The time and circumstances of his death were never fully established. It would be nice to fill in that little hole in the wall of history, it would. Anything more you can tell me about the Githyanki? The Githyanki. I haven't learned anything more since you sealed their portal. Wished I could have seen that. Must have been a wonderful sight. As for the Githyanki in general, well, I doubt they'll leave you alone for long. They are an awfully single-minded, battle-ready race, and they don't tend to let things go once they start pursuing them. You certainly know more about them. Well, certainly. Although the rather soft-spoken, cryptic Zerth girl you rescued from the keep might be a better source on the subject. Still, I may be able to help you with some of their more general aspects. Are they still hunting me? Oh, no doubt. They really don't give up hunts easy. It's a notable point in their culture. They thrive on raids and the predatory-prey relationship. Can you tell me about their culture? Let's see. They're a culture that reside on the astral plane, and they, like the Githzerai, were once slavers of the Illithids, the Mind Flayers. That's what I was looking at. The Githzerai was the one I was trying to think of. Actually, both the Githzerai and Githyanki were once one people, but due to some religious differences amongst their leaders, they went to war with each other not long after freeing themselves from the Mind Flayers. I'm sure your Zerth friend could provide considerably more detail than I. They're a warlike culture, and they tend to revere their weapons even over their own kin. The strongest among them carry blades of silver swords, not that you know anything about that, even though you might have one in your heart, that are amazing weapons, an homage to their ancient leader Gith, who is said to carry the greatest of the blades. But of course, that's all hearsay. Gith and her blade were lost when she went on a pilgrimage into the lower plains to speak with the Queen of Dragons. Gith never returned, but ever since that time, Red Dragons and the Githyanki have been allies, so something must have happened down there. Had some other questions. Lore. Alright. Thanks, Eldanon. Keep up the good work. The Book of Ice. Oh, alright. You keep that. Alright, and this is more crafting stuff? Yeah. You keep that. Undeath to death. Ah. Interesting. Do you have that? That is a quest for you. I mean, not quest. That is a scroll you can use. Okay. What else we got? There's a book over there, which I'll get to. Luskin's Arcane Brotherhood. Okay, as much as I love reading these things, I kind of don't want to do that right now. I want to focus on getting through stuff. I want to talk a couple of buildings, and I do want to get into some actual questing. Although this stuff is cool, because I wanted to get the keep stuff underway. Nether scrolls. Okay, again, like I don't want to deal with this right now. Ah ha ha ha! Reactivating the construct. Yes, indeed. Okay, Cloud Kill I can't use. That's going to go to Calgar to sell. Heavy Brittle Spine book seems to contain many pages pertaining to the upkeep of blade golems, constructs that apparently date all the way back to the Ilfarn Empire. Looks like the research listed in the book could be used to help repair the construct, which is definitely what I want to do. I want to repair the construct if I can. So, I still need to find a glowing liquid to serve as ink and a sample of the original runes. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mass Charm Monster. Okay, that's really cool, but I'm going to give that to you until you can give that to Sand, basically, is how that's going to work. Alright. So, we got the books now. I think that's all... Oh, one more. Yeah, again. These are cool. I might have read all of these in the old days, but I really want to keep making some progress here. I am listening. Alright, good. Glad to see we got a library. I kind of feel like that's on brand for the channel. Kind of feel like we need to have a library. Oh, Torio Claven. You got here fast. Alright, I'll go deal with you in a minute. This is my suite, I believe. Wind by the fireside. So as you shiver in the cold and the dark, look into the fire and see in its spark my eye watching over you. As you walk in the wind's whistling claws, listen past the howling of the wolf's jaws, my song comes to you. And when you're lost in trackless snow, look up high with... See, I wish that... a lot of these games don't have too... A lot of the games can manage sort of the basics of poetry, but I think Rising Tides would agree with me that what they don't get so much is rhythm and scansion. So like, so as you shiver in the cold and the dark, it would be better for the rhythm to be, so as you shiver in cold and dark, look into fire and see in its spark my eye watching over you. As you walk in the wind's whistling claws, listen past, instead of the howling, listen past howling of the wolf's jaws, my song comes to you. And when you're lost in trackless snow, look up high where eagles go, not where the eagles go. My star shines for you. It's called scansion, Echo. Has to do with how many syllables are in a line, basically. In deep dark mine or on crumbling peak, hear the words of love I speak. That's not bad. My thoughts are with you. You are not forsaken. You are not forgotten. The north cannot swallow you. The snows cannot bury you. I will come for you. Faerun will grow warmer, and the gods will smile. Should be, and gods will smile. But oh, my love, guard yourself well. All this may not happen for a long, long while. See, too much. Oh, my love, guard yourself well. All this may not happen. I guess you'd have to do for a long while, something like that. So fitting the rhythm together so it has a flow and a rhythm, so that you have the kind of a sound, the way that a poem works underground. When you speak, you use these words, make them feel like something like flight-held birds who move and dance in blueness and sky, who quickly are lost to the wandering eye as they float over oceans and over the sea. And there you are lost. You once were. There you are lost. There they are lost and lost to me. See, just by having a certain rhythm, you make people feel that you are under the right? That's what makes something like Beowulf work. Is this dun da da dun da da dun da da dun. Now, obviously, rhythms can be different. What rhythm you choose to use is different, but having a consistency of rhythm and a flow makes a huge difference in how everything works. Okay, so there's that. Is there really something locked in my own? What the heck? Why is the cabinet? Look, maybe he's going to give me the key to the keep when I go out there. All right. Okay, Torio. Every time I say Torio, I think about Toriel from Undertale. Toriel. Toriel. So, you are rebuilding Garius' fortress. The irony is sharp indeed. Yes, one best not test the edge, or else it could cause a nasty scratch indeed. Sand. Come now, let's not start. We both have such a disdain for personal politics, no reason for us to get on each other's bad sides. Is there another side to you? I shall make a note of it. Still, I prefer being here to being in a cell, unless you have some other plan for me that would make me long for prison walls. Perhaps we might have a change of heart if you see what we're doing here. Change of heart? Are you really that naive? Why, that's so attractive. I was Garius' eyes in Neverwinter and Luskan, and he often had me on the lookout for recruits. Despite this, he made some poor choices. Part of any war effort is resources and personnel, and in that area I may be of some use. Any leads on potential recruits? You may wish to return to your roots. I imagine many harbormen farmers would be willing to help you in the war effort. And while you already travel with most of your friends, there are companions whom you traveled with before who might prove their loyalty. Is there anyone in West Harbor who might be willing to raise a blade on your behalf? Good call. Got to go to West Harbor. Other questions? What about the Arcane Brotherhood? They are the true... So remind me, chat, when we leave here, I'm going to hit up West Harbor, come back to the keep, and then we're going to go and deal with go to Ilfarn, or the Fortress of Ilfarn. Rulers of Luskan, powerful mages that maintain a stranglehold on the city. That would be a kind description. They're much like our friend Garius in power and temperament. They're said to be powerful mages capable of great feats of magic if they weren't backstabbing each other all the time. While Garius was able to rise quickly in their ranks, there were some that he was forced to watch, and ones who watched him. Whether or not they were watching Garius or were using the war to their own advantage, I do not know. How many mages are in the war effort? Most of the Hostower, including the Archmage, joined in the effort against Ruatham. It served as an effective distraction for Garius to operate more freely. What can you tell me about Black Garius? I can tell you a great deal. Matters little since he's dead. I met him many years ago on the streets of Luskan. I was earning coppers singing and performing in Luskan alehouses. He used me to spy on other Hostower mages that frequented Luskan's seedier districts as well as their servants. From there he was able to track their movements and their plans. As time wore on and Garius' prestige grew, I became a useful tool, and eventually an effective weapon. There's only so much a wizard's scrying can see, and I became the eyes that saw the rest. I believe we asked about Garius, not your dull past. All in good time, Sand. If you do not wish me to elaborate further, then be patient. I've rarely seen someone of Garius's raw ambition. He was determined to become a master of the towers, and he rose through the ranks so quickly, so brutally, that he earned the name Master of the Fifth Tower. There are only 4 towers in Luskan. Such a title for a tower yet to be built is no small thing. But I suspect his hunger for power led to his downfall, and led to his alliance with the King of Shadows. He became obsessed with the ritual, and it led him here. What about events in Luskan? Luskan and the Husk Tower have their hands full with the war effort with Rathim, but few know what sparked the war or Garius' role in it. As part of the ritual here at Crossroad Keep, Garius required the Tome of Itzkazar. The Tome of Itzkazar dates back to ancient Ilfarn. It's said to have secrets for controlling golems, yes, I've heard of it, like the blade golems, as well as arcane knowledge of portals and portal creation. So it's like a mage's spellbook, so what? More relevant is that the tome also was part of the terms of the treaty between Luskan and Ruathim, and Luskan did not enjoy being forced to give it to their island neighbor. Its theft caused Ruathim to mount an attack on Luskan, and Luskan was more than eager to respond. They've been at each other's throats ever since. Didn't the Husk Tower know who stole the book? No, not really. Garius used Luskan resources to obtain the book. It was only natural that Ruathim blame Luskan. And Luskan has been eager to make Ruathim its own. Ruathim's accusations and subsequent attack on Luskan ships worked to their advantage. And ours. And ours? The war turned many eyes away from what Garius was doing. And trust me, only a war could turn away all the eyes of the Husk Tower at once. I'm somewhat surprised that the Husk Tower was not more aggressive in determining who stole the book and why. It's unlike them, especially considering that it's a tome of great power. I agree. They're not ones to let mysteries lie, especially political ones. I cautioned Garius against the theft. It seemed too much too soon. He was determined to have it, however, and my words could not convince him otherwise. But his alliance with the King of Shadows allowed him to succeed and hide the theft for long enough until the war had begun. Why are you telling me this? Because it no longer matters? The theft of the tome was an excuse for the war, not the cause, and if you screamed it to the hills, no one would listen. Where is the tome now? I do not know. The tome was used in the ritual, and I suspect if it had been found, something would have been said, but there's been no word. Whoever possesses it now, however, would have access to its secrets concerning the golems. I think I have it. Don't I have it? I'm like, hey, who has this? As I'm like holding it in front of her face. Concerning the golems, as well as the portal magics it was rumored to possess. You said the tome controls golems? Yes, I'm not a mage or a sorcerer, so the details are unclear to me. It's said to allow the construction and control of golems, such as the construct we encountered in Neverwinter and again in the Githyanki caves. But the blade golems, I doubt Garius could have constructed those. Those are of Ilfarn manufacture, but the book may have provided the means to control them. It was said to have been used as a means of staging the golem attack on Neverwinter in the war with Luskan many years ago. Its other secrets on portals and planar travel aside, the tome can be a dangerous weapon in the wrong hands, and with the tome missing, I fear for Neverwinter. Alright, so what was this ritual? The alliance with the King of Shadows was a delicate one, and the scales were heavily in the King of Shadows' favor. That did not sit well with Garius and his ambitions. Through research, he uncovered a ritual tied to the King of Shadows that would provide him with the power he needed to make the arrangement more to his liking. But you put an end to that. I suspect that was for the best. If it had succeeded, I do not believe he would still be here speaking. So when we dealt with you in Lorne before, you were helping with the ritual? He had an agent, an old Owlwell, a priest of shadows, doing research upon corpses to uncover a process of allowing those with arcane abilities to keep them even after undeath claimed them. And he also needed the Tome of Ilkazar, which was held by Luskan's neighbor Ruathim. Welcome, Timokos. Also, Timokos, if you want to see it, I have a physical copy of Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, so let me know. I can show it to you on stream. The Ruathim that Luskan is at war with. Yes, the theft set off a chain of events that also worked to his advantage. As part of the ritual there at Crossroad Keep, Garius required the Tome of Itkazar. The Tome of Itkazar, I already know about that. I did that already. Other questions? Okay, so I'm going to have to go to West Harbor once I am done with this thing that's supposedly a secret, which is, this is the Western Wing. Ooh, I wonder if that's my suite. It's like a war room right there. See, for those of you who played Dragon Age Inquisition, one of the things for me is the fact that I feel like so much of... And again, I played in one Dragon Age Inquisition and I liked it. But I feel like a lot of what Dragon Age Inquisition is doing is basically what they're doing here. Ah ha ha! We needed that key. So... Okay. Although I do think Dragon Age Inquisition is the best of the Dragon Age games, but... Okay, so... Library, sand... Captain's bedroom. Kitchen. That's the kitchen, huh? Needs some work. It's the dining room. It's the war room, okay. But, now that I have that key, I can open up the treasure chest, which hopefully has some stuff for me. And then I can talk to Kana, and then I'm going to West Harbor to recruit. Then I'm coming back, I'm talking to Kana, and then we're going to deal with the Ilfarn thing. That is the plan, Stan. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Gold necklace. Good. Give that to Kelgar.
Yes.
Bag of holding. Hell yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, the bag
How can I help?
of holding. Aw, yeah. Alright, so let's open the lesser magic bag. Honestly, with this thing, freaking Kelgar may never actually run out of room.
I am listening.
Follow me.
So he's going to sell all that stuff except the bag of holding. But there will come a point where he needs to, if he gets weighed down, I can just be like, really? I guess here you go. We found the bag of holding, chat. I feel like we've won the game. So much holding. Yeah, we've won the game. There is an RPG trope that basically says that you win once you find the thing that allows you to reduce inventory weight. I mean... Just saying. Okay, the mana test capacity. Okay, right. So that's good. I know about that now. I want a... Yes, I know. Give me the... What's the report? What's the report? What's the report? Okay. Let's go. Talk to Vidal outside on the way to West Harbor. Absolutely, Crit Twitch. It just, you know... Because it just makes it so much easier without having to worry about that. Alright. Interior of Crossroad Keep is done. Sound and possibly better than new if I do say so. If it doesn't look to your taste, talk to some sort of decorator because the stonework is brilliant. Okay, we have no funds left. Okay, the keep is done. The building is done. So the fortifications... which is 50,000 gold, and the surrounding area, which is so we need 100,000 gold. All right, now the good news, however, is that there are places that we can sell some more stuff, and if we get lucky, we can also... All right, let's talk to the inn. We're going to do the inn. Then we're going to go sell stuff at the inventory. It's not going to be enough probably for us to buy anything, but that's okay. Then we go to West Harbor. Then we come back here. Then we go to Ilfarn. Hey, it's piece of crap. It's you, Captain, right? It's Sal. Sal from the Sunken Flagon. Well, formerly of the Flagon. I've been wiping tables for your uncle for years with always the promise of starting my own inn, but it always seemed to be just words until you came along. Once I heard what you were doing here, I packed my bags, wrote a note, and here I am. You thought I wanted to wash plates and tankers the rest of my life? I've always wanted to start my own inn. This keep's got everything going for it. It's right on the high road. It'll get plenty of merchant caravans, and it's got, well, you, too. I figure I can turn this into a respectable inn, clean with entertainment. Oh, and good food. I mentioned I'm a cook, right? Forward to working with you. You're the boss. Well, the real boss is Lord Nasher, and his agent already approved everything. You'll get plenty out of this. I'll bring customers, provide a place for the merchants to drink, eat, and spend a little money. Look, trust me, you need an inn, and that means an innkeeper. Me. And drinks will always be in the house, Captain. How's business? We've got business. Not a lot, but there are people dropping by. Things could be better. I've been talking with this master bard who's willing to send an apprentice to perform here. But he wants the place to be livelier, someone to dance to his music, he says. So if you spot anyone that will want to work here, grab them. Wasn't there someone who was looking for work? There was someone who was looking for work. Kalindra. Shoot. Kalindra, where was Kalindra? I think she's in Fort Last. Okay, so I have to go. Wow. All right. Chat, help remind me, okay? I've got to go to Fort Last and find Kalindra. Then I have to go to West Harbor and recruit people. Then I have to come back here, and then we go to Ilfarn. Okay, so that's the order of operations. Port Last, so I can find what's-her-face, Kalindra. And then, yeah, there's nobody in this inn. And then West Harbor. Beacon. Yeah, pretty name too. Whoa. Better not be my bear. Going to completely ignore Bishop, who I do not like. Okay. All right. Smithy. Oh, and there's a merchant shop too. Okay. Can you make things better for my men? I need you. Help me to help you. Why is nobody working at this smithy? Oh, okay. What? Where is the person who's supposed to be working at this smithy? Damn it. Alright, well, I'm going to go to the merchant shop. Thanks, camera. Yeah, I figured this was rubber banding. I know what's her name, pretty name too. Okay. Dude. Is nobody running the merchant shop? There's a Foot Locker. I guess I kind of didn't think that... I mean, I gotta recruit more people to actually... There's no customers to the shop. There's also no one even running the damn shop. I gotta, you know, got some work to do. All right. All right, chat. So here we go. So, first order of business is port last and find Kalindra. It's using the honor system. I know, right, Vargas? It's like take a book, leave a book. Take a penny, leave a penny. First order of business is the last order of business. Exactly. Exactly. So yeah, I'm going to take Nishka. I'm going to take Zaiv. Again, I think my worry is that my best mechanical party is either Casimir. Probably not Casimir. My best party, I think, is either Grobnar. My best party is Kelgar, Nishka, Grobnar, or Kelgar, Nishka, and Sand. But I like Zaiv, and I can't get rid of Nishka because she's my only rogue, and I can't get rid of Kelgar because he's awesome, and also he's like my main damage dealer. So here we go. This is what we got. All right, we are going to port last, right? I can't remember if it was port last or if it was Highcliff. Let's try port last. If it's not port last, then it's Highcliff. I can't remember where Kalindra is, but it's one of those two places. Hail, Arvin. Where are you bound now? Port last. Why do you ask? That's curious. You do seem to get around. Have we met? We've never been properly introduced to each other, so let's do that now, shall we? I'm Zin. The pretty lady to my right is Naira. The elf is Shara, and the gnome in the dress is Oyo. It's a robe, you bastard! And now that introductions have been made, there's the matter of the bounty on your head. Go on. The Arcane Brotherhood is very unhappy with you right now. So unhappy that they've offered a hefty sum of gold to anyone who brings your head back to Luskan. The fact that you were found innocent at your trial particularly infuriated them. Rumor has it they went through a great deal of trouble to frame you. Alright, what's your interest in all this? You're a well-known adventurer, and the fact that you've survived this long means you've got skill and good equipment. When we kill you, we'll be able to collect the bounty, take your equipment, and become the heroes of Luskan in one blow. I've killed demons, Githyanki, and entire orc tribes. I'll have no trouble with you. Oh, I doubt anything you've done is nearly as bad as what we're about to do to you. Attack. It's amazing. They never learn.
Know that your life is at an end.
Your death has been too long delayed.
Oh no, hello? Okay. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hey! What are you people doing? Oh, okay, okay. You're all freaked out. Okay, the problem is that I don't know if I have what I need here to... Okay, greater restoration. Yes. Alright, heal. Heal you. Okay, heal should have... What are they right now? Confused. Okay. I thought that would solve confusion. They're confident. What's up, Rock God? And hey, Dragon Spear. Yeah, I don't understand. Like, I mean... You know... What the heck have I got here? Dismissal, Divine Power... Yeah. No. I need... Freedom of Movement. Hammer of the Gods. I need... See, heal should have taken care of that. All right. All right. There we go. Now we took care of that at least. Do I have a lesser restoration? See if I can get a lesser dispel off on you. Haha! Alright. That just leaves Nishka. I mean, this fight was over a long time ago. It's just, you know, they confused them, so I'm trying to get rid of confusion now. Yeah, we had a channel boost before as well, Rock God, so... How you doing, my friend? How is life and the universe and everything? Okay. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Hey, hey, hey! Oh, man. Let's see. What else do I have? Do I have anything else that will... Can you stop healing her? Dude. I don't think I have another dispel is the problem. Stop hitting me! Yeah, I would agree. Alright, good. Other than that confusion, Zaev actually really helped there. Other than that confusion,
I cannot move while
quite
I am
honestly,
overburdened.
that fight was fine. Half plate plus 2. Go ahead, Kelgar, and take that. Great axe plus 2. Take that. Topaz, take that. But again, it was another one of these people that's like, you know, well, you know, what I'm going to do to you. And then, like, I'm like, really? Because what I'm going to do to you is defeat you because I'm better than you. Far, far better than you. I just don't understand. They just keep coming up to you and being like, well, sure, you've defeated all of these terror and you're like running a keep and you're fighting the King of Shadows. But I'm the one who's going to, like, come on, man. Ooh, she's almost ready to level up. No, not as good.
Yes.
Same problem. Underperforming and choking. Someone's upset that I'm wearing an Arsenal jersey.
Yeah.
Right.
Follow me and quickly.
Yeah, they're just like, you'll never... Well, it's just like, at a certain point, I'm like, dude, I don't... Again, like, I'm better than you. I just... Okay, I'm going to come back to leveling them up in a bit. Short Sword of Quickness. That's wonderful, but they'll be good to sell. I'm going to need this money for my keep.
Yes.
Bracers of Dexterity plus 4. Really?
Yes.
Oh, no. Bracers of Archery are going to be not as good as this. Hell yes. All right. Let me double check. What are my...
I am listening.
Dexterity plus 4, yeah.
How can I help?
That right there is sweet. I will happily take Dexterity plus 4 as opposed to Dexterity plus 1. And it's another thing to sell.
Yes.
Okay, do you
Make your
have...
path mine.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I know. You right? right, Timikos? Like, I feel like, or not, I'm sorry, I saw that as a C, it's an E. Right, Timios? I feel like just a lot of times people, the thing is, though, a lot of them come up to you and they're like, oh, I've heard stories about how great you are. And I'm like, yeah, you've heard stories, and I'm better than you. And they're like, well, we'll destroy you. I'm like, no. You will also lose. Like, you'll also lose. Why is it you think you will be the one that's like, oh, bonus, hell yes, give me an extra bonus slot. Okay, I'm going to come back to this, but if I don't do this now, I might forget. So, shoot, is it K? No, is it L? Is it F? Oh man, what is the spell menu? Damn it, I never remember this. What's the spell menu? It's not that. Yeah. I know, right, Dizzy? You're like, oh, I've heard all about you, Geralt. Roar. Like, you're like, especially these people when they have like a sword and a shield. I'm like, dude, I freaking fought off vampires, my dude. Like, really? Does anyone remember what the spell casting, what the spell menu is in here? I mean, I know F is quick cast, but I'm trying to remember what the... Oh, there it is. I got it. All right. What else? What the heck? It's a level 2. Yeah, why can't I learn? Oh, okay. Just have to click on it. Give me another moderate. Level 3. Mass aid could be useful. Prayer is definitely useful. But I think mass aid is going to work better in this case. Okay. We get an extra level 6 spell. This is why that's such a useful spell, incidentally. Blade Barrier is great. Yeah, see that heal, I cast heal and it didn't work on the one. That should have cleared confusion. So, I don't know what happened there. A celestial bear. Hell yes. Dire bear. How long does that last? Oh, 18 seconds plus 6 seconds level. 60 seconds level. That can be pretty useful. Mass Cure Moderate Wounds is awfully good too. Yeah, let's go with that. Level 7. Resurrection is possible. The Drob. Yeah, Dragon is a huge Man U fan. And he's given me a Man U jersey. And I appreciate his love for Man U. And that's fine. And I will, you know. But occasionally, I'm just like... Wood of Faith. Summon creature 7. It still doesn't last as much as I'd like, though. Mass Cure Serious Wounds. Okay. Good stuff. Alright. So the next time we rest, we will get those spells. Alright, what else do I have? Scarab of Protection +2. No, I already dealt with that. Elven Chainmail is... That's cool, but... Actually, wait a minute. +2. Is this... That's better. Vampiric Touch is not something I use a lot anyway. And +3 with those things. Reduction 40% of weight. Although,
How can I help?
what do you have? Oh, that's pretty much the same thing. All right.
Make your path mine.
Yeah, this is like... That's the nice thing to sell. We got major circlet of blasting. I mean, I'll put it on. Whatever, that's fine. Okay. Got some good spells off these people that were guaranteed to destroy me. Hey, what's up, Helness? Good to see you, dude. I hope you enjoyed time with extended family, but the headache's back. Yeah, I know, right? Oh, this... I am liking this. I am liking all of this because this is going to be super good to sell. Ring of Wizardry? Hell yes. Only problem is my wizard isn't with me at the moment, but that's okay. Skeleton Rib. Sell that. Umberhunk Mandible. Sell that. Hellhound Tooth. Sell that. Drow Pawafi Cloak. Magically enhanced Drow Pawafi Cloak is one of the most important accoutrements of a Drow's possession. Even the most common of these cloaks carries the most powerful enchantment to protect its wearer. All Drow long to own a Pawafi, though only those who have proven themselves useful or come from rich, powerful families can afford to own one. Poison +4 saving throw, resistance, piercing 5, slashing 5, spell immunity, web. Use darkness 1 use per day. Might be more useful in general.
Yes.
Do you have anyone who doesn't have a cloak right now?
Something you want?
How can I help?
Yeah, no, that's okay.
Yes.
Yes. Wait, what does that do? Oh. Okay, so this is basically better than what he's got right now.
I am listening.
Alright, which means you can sell that. And
Yes.
you've got one more item, right? Oh, fairy dust, you can sell that. Sapphire, you can sell that. I sense a lot of money in our future, chat. Also cooler, it's a red cloak. My favorite color happens to be red. Okay, let's rest. I haven't even summoned all my creatures yet. Okay. Let's quick save. On we go. Nieces in-laws are a lot to deal with. Yeah. Did you have a good time, though? Because you did your July 4th celebration early, right? Okay. Where the hell was I going? Port Last? And I think it's Port Last, not Highcliff. I gotta go Port Last, then I gotta hit Highcliff to find Kalindra, then I gotta go to West Harbor and recruit, then I gotta go back to the Keep, and then I go to Ilfarn. And I can sell stuff to you.
Yeah.
Alright, here we go. 12 gold. 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 Give me more of that gold. Give me more of that gold. Talk about that gold. Sign me up for that gold. You know I'm all about that gold. You know I'm all about that gold. About that gold. Need the money. I'm all about that gold. About that gold. Need the money. All about that gold. I love it. What? I'll drop that thing then. There we go. Bunch of gold. And that's gold that's going to go into the Keep. Okay. Hey, what's up, Gamer Main? Rolling in gold. Do, 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 do. Okay. I need Kalindra. I think it might be Highcliff. Yeah, I think it might be Highcliff. I'm going to go to the Alliance Arms Inn just in case.
I am listening.
And if that's not the right place, then it means that I'm in the wrong spot. And then I'll need to go to Highcliff instead to find Kalindra. I can't remember. Oh, you know what, actually? I wonder if under completed... Okay. Kalindra. I'm looking quickly to see about Galindra. Kalindra. Okay. Interesting. Bradbury's disappearance. Yeah, I don't know for sure. I don't remember where Kalindra is, honestly. I have not, Sparkly. A lot of rain, but it's cool now. Yeah, we had a lot of rain here too. I have not. I need to I mean we're dealing with the construct thing, or we're trying to, but there's Kalindra. Hey! Thanks for your help. There's a quarry near my keep. You can come and work for me. I plan to do a journey back to Am, but I've heard of your Crossroad Keep. The rest of my men will set out after I purchase supplies for the journey. Yeah! I got you a job. Also agreed to join you. Crossroad Keep. There we go. All right. Okay. Okay. That tavern music is right. All right, let me talk to this dude. And then we're found we need to go. Next thing is West Harbor. Okay, good. Wonderful. All right. So now West Harbor. West Harbor, we're going to go and recruit. Then we head back to the keep. We see if we can buy anything else to upgrade the keep. Because we have right now, what, 33? We're going to need more than that. Right close to leveling up.
Something you want?
How can I help?
Yes.
70 experience and we'll level up. Okay. So, right. Let's head up to West Harbor. Yeah, exactly. Right, Sparkly. I know. 70,000 more. I mean, that's not bad. We've upgraded a lot quickly. So, digging. Got nothing to say? Dad? Bevel!
Looks like it didn't take you long to make new friends.
Anything new happen while I've been gone?
It's been quiet since the attack. Everyone's just working to fix all of the damage done, and Georg has the militia training even harder now.
Can you come work for me, Crossroad
He's
Keep?
pretty upset about the number of harbormen we lost, and wants to make sure we're better prepared if there's a next time.
Oh, that's cool, though, Gamermain. Yeah, sure, Vargas. You could say that about a lot of things with Baldur's Gate, right?
No attacks. I guess sending you away with the shard really made a difference. So, maybe you shouldn't stay too long. No offense, but if that shard is what caused all the trouble, you really should keep it away from here.
Sure you don't want to come
I'm
with me?
sure it's an exciting life, but my duty is here in West Harbor. If there is another attack, I want to be here to help. Not that what you're doing isn't important. It's just that someone needs to stay behind and keep an eye on things.
All right, goodbye. I need to recruit some people. I have some empty fields at Crossroad Keep. I could use some farming help. I reckon you get all sorts of responses to that. Maybe people asking you to do all manner of fool things. You're no kin of mine, but you're a harborman, and that's the next best thing. I'll stay with you a season or two to get your crops in order. It may take me a bit to gather my things. I hope the rot-infested roads clear of lizardlings now. Hell yeah! Alright, we got some farming improvements. What else we got? Back from your travels. Zaid isn't for good. You have your errands, right? Brother Mering. Back to West Harbor, Arvin. You seem a different person than the one that left here. I hope that the days that have passed haven't been filled with too much hardship. Anything happen in my absence? Mare continues its slide into bleaker seasons. Lizardlings have attacked some of the outlying farmers. I know, they're all still injured. I know. Yeah, the AOL game, which I actually played the Neverwinter AOL game way back in the day. On my mom's account, of all things. When she had one. God, that must have been... Probably played that in like 92, 93 or something. 94? Wow, back in the day. Poor Bevel was assaulted right after you left as well. He took weeks to recover, but he won't tell a soul what happened. Who attacked him? They said he won't talk about it. Georg and Dagon question everyone in the village and no one had any reason to do such a thing. Bevel's still shaken up by the ordeal and stays indoors most of the time. He comes out only when the militia's training. Physical wounds are easy enough to heal. I'm afraid the wounds to the mind will take much longer. Okay. Alright. Thanks. Georg, I need help.
So, the great hero returns. Been watching out for danger like I said? And what about that swamp elf? See it yet?
91.
Looks like you picked up a little wife, I see. Well met there, girl. He sweep you off your seat from some seedy tavern, did he?
What? Me?
Oh my god. I did want to mention, yeah, I'm not sure if Meridian 59, which was one of the first actual MMOs, which I played, I know for a fact that that was running as of like 93, 94. So maybe Neverwinter slightly predates it, but Meridian 59 was up there as one of the early ones.
You made the trip safe. It's as tall as a house, I'm telling you. We've been having some problems with Liz Bevel gave us a bit of a scare as well. Went missing right after you left for a day or 3. Came up in bad shape, but Brother Mering mended him and now he's fine. You've seen the world, probably could tell better stories than I, but I doubt they'd have my flair.
I knew about that you could run your own server. I used to be, on my server, there was a while where I think I told you folks this story. I was kind of a big shot for a while as one of the, head of this Tri-Unity Alliance. I was part of this guild called the Circle of Flame, and later on it became the Shadows of the Flame. And when I logged back on years later after I had stopped playing, I got some service and just wanted to try it out. And I met someone who was running a guild that was 2 levels removed, and they were like, "You were Lord Phoenix?" They were like, "Oh, this guy was like this legend." It was hilarious. He's just like, "We heard rumors of you, in the distant past and everything." It was really funny. Meridian 59 was good. Oh, interesting, Vargas. Yeah, I didn't know that it's on Steam though. I did not know that. Listen, yeah, sure, because I'm getting a big benefit, Gamermain, out of talking up my awesomeness at Meridian 59, right? No, I'm just saying, like, at the time, that was the thing. And it's funny, too, because that was a game where you couldn't actually see the person's level. So the thing about Meridian 59 is that if you came across as a badass, you might be a badass, which I think in some ways was better than knowing that, like, oh, you're this level because you conned this to me or whatever, you know? It's free on Steam. Yeah, I knew that it had been open source. I didn't know it was available on Steam, though. That's cool. Right. Okay, great. So you're not going to help me. I actually was hoping to get the military help of the Harborman, I got to be honest. That's what I was hoping for. Right, well. You folks are still injured.
Looks like it didn't take you long to make new friends. He's pretty upset about the number of harbor. I'm sure it's not that what you're...
Okay, so I already heard that. All right. Who's the guy that... Harborman. There was a guy that offered, that was like some mage here or something.
What's up? What's up?
What's up? Oh my gosh, those are still remains left over from a fight? Oh my god. Hilarious. Something I missed, like, way early in the game. Here you go, Kelgar. It's amazing that Neverwinter Nights 2 was somehow better able to keep permanent inventory status than, let's say, Underworld Ascendant. Okay, I need to... Okay, yeah. Yeah, this guy.
Ah, I heard you
Don't
came
see me
back,
as a badass.
yes? I'm afraid my new apprentice is barely adequate. You probably are here for some sort of reason, I imagine.
Yeah, I actually played, I had the beta test of Ultima Online, so I actually got a beta test CD. My experience of Ultima Online, honestly, was literally this is what happened. I got the CD, installed it, I, like, looked at it, walked out of the, I was like, in this city, I'm like, this is awesome. Walked out of the city, literally within 5 minutes, like, of the game installs, I walk out of the city, I'm 15 seconds outside of the city, and I get ganked and killed. And they loot my corpse. And I was like, sounds good. Uninstalled, never played it again. Like, that is the opposite of fun. So, Drake, it's very disappointing. I interviewed Paul Neurath from Looking Glass at the time, who's now whatever they are, Otherworld Studios, under whatever the heck the name of the place is. It's incredibly disappointing. They did a terrible job with it. I mean, they may have now improved some of it, but the save system was such that literally they didn't even have a functional save system until many patches after the game started. It was just, ugh. Yeah, I mean, like, it just was one of those things where I'm like, I don't want to play a game where I'm going to get, I mean, literally 15 seconds outside of town. I'm like, come on. And I don't like PvP either, Diginferno, yeah. Is that what it is, Dragon? They're owned by Broadsword? Wow, so it's like nested inside here.
None. I suspect that you, however, saw more of them, yes? I've investigated, and in the short time since you've left, they're interesting. Dagon leaves me to my business, and I leave him to his. Very well.
Okay. So, right. Let me just have you sell a couple things. Great. I was actually hoping that he was going to be able to help me at Crossroad Keep. Apparently not. Alright, so that is not much help. What about the guy that I rescued who would have been dead if I hadn't helped him?
Yes.
Is this place still burning after the attack? I've been gone for, what, months? And it's still burning? You'd think eventually you'd get around to putting the fire out, wouldn't you? Like, at some point? Maybe? Oh, really, Sparkly? That's funny, Vargas. Yeah, I mean, Dragon is the big Ultima. I mean, I'm a huge Ultima fan from, like, I played Ultima 7 Black 8 was incredible. Serpent Isle was great. Although I don't think Ultima 7 holds up, honestly. But when I played it, it was awesome. Ultima Underworld 1 and 2 do hold up, especially Underworld 1, which is one of my favorite games ever. So I love those games. The other Ultima games, Dragon probably is more into than I am. But definitely, I mean, they are, you know, obviously classics. So. Last time I'm going to be back in my house. Fisticuffs playthrough? I don't, you know. Again, Ultima 7, in college, I freaking adored Ultima 7 Black 8. It was great, and I'm glad that I played it, but I just don't. I struggle with it a little bit now to kind of really get back into it. Stick it. Yeah, I was going to say, Pyron's got that covered, Echo. Pyron's got your unarmed stuff covered. But really, that's what it is, Drake, is that, you know, given how good the Ultima games are, Ultima, Underworld Ascendant, and I really think, I actually talked about this. I think I did check that, and I forgot. I did check this, like, I think what happened is that basically I don't think they understood what their game was for. The devs, I think, honestly believed that what people were looking for in Underworld Ascendant was basically a combination of Thief and Dark Messiah of Might and Magic upgraded. And don't get me wrong, I think Thief is an incredible series, and Dark Messiah I think is an underrated game. But Dark Messiah of Might and Magic is not what you'd be spending $800,000 to get made the way they did for the Kickstarter with this. It's fine. You know, like Dark Messiah of Might and Magic is solid. It's a fun game. But Ultima Underworld is one of the great, most influential games of all time. Of all time. And so to act as if it was like what people really wanted was a physics simulator, and then to say later on that the reason everyone was upset is because they didn't understand that's what they wanted. The answer is no, they understood what your game was. They just didn't want an upgrade on Dark Messiah Might and Magic. I mean, like, maybe they want that, but that's not why they backed this game. They backed it because it was Underworld. Because you promised them Underworld. One of the great, most broad-based games ever constructed. That's what they wanted. So it's just, you know, I mean, definitely play it for yourself and whatever. It's just, it's deeply disappointing. And I mean, like, yeah, maybe at some point, as you said, like, you have a backlog of games. Maybe at some point, there we go. Maybe at some point, it's a game that I could be persuaded to, like, take a look at, but it's just like they kind of lost their window for me because there's so many other much better games to play, you know? Yeah, that'll be addressed though, Vargas. GOG is gonna get that relicensed. Yeah, they'll get that relicensed. I'm not worried about that. They'll get that done again. Okay, so I did West Harbor, so I'm going back to Crossroad Keep, checking in there, and then we head to Ilfarn. Hey, Miranda. Right, exactly. Well, I mean, and this is what I was saying, right? Many people who make games again or make sequels long in the future understand what people really want about their game. And I think understanding a game is arguably understanding what your game is for, who it's for, who cares about it. That, I would argue, is the most important thing that you can possibly do. The most important thing that you can be involved in, honestly, is knowing what your game is about and why it matters. And for the Underworld Ascendant devs to act like the problem with the game, the problem with the reception of the game was that they didn't explain it well, that's not it. It's that they made a game that people didn't want. What they wanted was Ultima Underworld 3. And that was logical since you named the game Underworld and you talked about the legacy of Ultima. If you do those things, definitionally, people are going to expect that you're going to do more with Underworld because you named it Underworld. So come on, you didn't name it Dark Messiah Ascendant. You didn't name it Thief Ascendant. That's the problem, Drake, right? So there are factions kind of, but they don't really cohere with each other, right? One of the great things about Ultima Underworld, as you know, is the fact that you could play off one set of goblins against another, that you could ally with this group but not with it. There's very little of that in Underworld Ascendant. The AI is astonishingly stupid. Just no other way to put it. It also runs like garbage. Like, I couldn't play it. Now, admittedly, this is a few years ago. I had a worse system, and they've been through a bunch of patches. They put a bunch of patches in it now, so I'm sure now that it's running more smoothly. God, I hope so. It can't possibly be worse. But the reality is that despite all of that, the game was not ready for prime time when they released it. And that's... Yeah, exactly, Vargas. Because they thought there were some cool aspects of it, some of the physical effects, but they sold it as something that it's not, right? Nobody wanted another physics simulator. You know, they were also doing this in whenever it came out, 2017, 2018, I don't remember. Like, when that game was released, we don't need physics simulators anymore. In the year that it was released. Like, no one's really like, boy, you know what I need is more physics puzzle. Where do I get my physics simulators? In 2018? Or whatever it was, 2017, 2018? So, you know. Yeah, that's true, Miranda. It's been optimized a bit. Yeah, I mean, like, so in fairness, I have not played it in over a year, so maybe they've made adjustments. But when I came back to it about a year ago just to try it, I was like, the same problems they had before, more or less. And fundamentally, I think the game just has flaws that are problematic. Okay. All right. All right. I still do not have enough money. Okay. Right. And like I say, Drake, I mean, you know, I'm being unfair in not asking, you know, you should definitely try it for yourself and see what you think. But if you're a fan of the Underworld series like I was, that game ended up being kind of a slap in the face because of how and again, it's amazing to me, how is it possible that the original devs of Ultima Underworld don't understand what made their game great? But they didn't. Also, I don't know if anybody... Now, the System Shock series is not my bag. Like, it's just not my kind of game. But are there any updates on System Shock 3? Have they done anything with it as of the last 6 months to a year? I haven't read up on it as of late, but... An RP mod, yeah. It's a very good question, Marinda. No Man's Sky really, really knocked themselves out. I had an unfortunate bug really kind of sour me on the game about a year ago when I played it again. But that, in general, they did a great job with how they improved that game. Okay, 0 funds, civility average, strength repaired. Okay. So they didn't give me a whole lot. All right, that's fine. All right, we did what we need to do. Maybe FF14. Huh, interesting. I've played a little bit of FF14, but I don't know what it was like before, so I can't speak to that. Yeah, they're making a System Shock 3, but it's the same crew, though, that effed up, you know, that screwed up Underworld Ascendant. So that's what worries me. That was the other thing, too. I feel like the way they acted like it was kind of like a proof of concept, almost. They're like, oh, the things that we've learned will help us with System Shock. And I'm like... Ultima Underworld is not a game that you just throw away and are like, oh yeah, I'm sure it's fine. Like, at least now System Shock. Like, nothing against people with System Shock, but I would argue Ultima Underworld was more important than that game and more influential. But, you know, many people could disagree on that score. The point is, though, it's not a game that you throw away and you're like, oh, whatever. It would be like looking at Doom and being like, oh, you know, like, yeah, we wanted to remake Doom as Doom, whatever. But, like, you know, we'll learn when we put together, I don't know, Daikatana 2. You know what I mean? Like, Doom is Doom. Like, you don't F up Doom. And that's what they did with Underworld Ascendant, you know? That's what I think, Dragon, yeah. But either so. Yeah, and so I just think they were just way out to lunch with what they ultimately did. It was really sad. Not one to dwell on tragedy. I figure as long as there's work to be done and folk to feed, I might as well make myself useful. I could see why you need me, though. Fields here are wild as a feral badger that's been bit by a kobold. Good news is the ground here has had time to rest since anyone tilled it last. Not as fertile as our West Harbor, but good enough, I think. You always were one to do the right thing. I guess it's no wonder that would lead you to great things. What's up, Shadowed? Yeah, it's not Ultima, but it's supposed to be set in the same... It was supposed to be the spiritual sequel to it. Same people. Right? They don't actually have the Ultima name, but it's the same people, and it's called Underworld, and it's even set in the Abyss, I believe. So. Okay, sounds good, Shadowed. May your dealings ever prosper, Captain. I found my way to your keep, and I sense much economic potential. Your keep's in desperate need of someone of my talents. Merchants and stonemasons alike need the fruits of the deep earth. If you find any mineral deposits, tell me, and I'll send men to mine them. We'll all share in the coins and prosperity that follow. I found a lot of ore deposits. My hope in you is well placed, Captain. Here, take these coins as your share of the profits. When my men return, I'll give you a sample of whatever ore they find. Only the best for the finder of fortunes. I must depart to coordinate the mining efforts, but I'll return as soon as I can. Alright, 1,750 gold. Good. Yeah, I mean, I found a lot of ore. I must have found at least 4 or 5 of these deposits. It's a surprisingly robust system here, Neverwinter. Mighty number mine. Right. Right, Drake. Okay. All right, so here we go, folks. We are going to Ilfarn. Ruins of Arvin. All right, we're going to my ruins, people. Oh, we encountered something. It's over then. Please, I beg you, make it quick. What are you talking about? You're not Malorites? Then who? Oh gods, they're here! You stand between us and our prey, strangers. Step aside and allow us to complete our sacred hunt. I'm not going to allow you to harm this man. Your interference won't be tolerated. We'll destroy you and then complete the hunt. Here we go again. Another one of these, like, suddenly this thing is chopping. Oh, wait. Yeah, it's doing this weird thing. This is the road to ruin. Well, because this company... Well, one, because System Shock is a hugely important franchise. Two, because it, like, Kilgore and some others on GOG really love it and have played it quite a bit. And three, because they basically, when this new game studio came out with these former Looking Glass studio execs, they were all, Paul Norath included, talking about how they were doing Underworld Ascendant, and then they were moving on to System Shock, and that was a big deal. So that's basically why. No, it's space horror, Marinda. It's not my thing. It's not bad. I'm not saying it's a bad game in any way. It's just not my bag because, again, I don't like space horror. This is the road to ruin, exactly. Scimitar of Speed. Okay, +1. Haste, that's great, but whatever. Alright. Bunch more stuff to sell. +2. I gotta talk to that peasant and find out what was going on with this hunt.
I cannot carry this weight and still move.
Oh, relax, dude.
Yes.
Leather armor +2. Oh, chain shirt +3. This is better though, right? Yeah, because yeah. Yeah, and it's got, you know, like, and jump scares and things like that. Again, in no way am I suggesting that that's a negative about the game. It's just not my thing, that's all.
Yes.
Okay, let's talk to you. Why were they after you? Thank the gods you were here. They had me for sure. You're welcome. Come along with me till we get someplace safe. No, you've already done too much. I should be okay now. Thanks again. Well, wait, why were you... Tell me what I want to know.
I cannot carry this weight and still move.
Yeah. Okay, this is going to go to you. This is going to go to you. Are you joking, Hilness, or do you really mean that? Right, Vargas, yeah. Modern, you know, control systems with Ultima Underworld, GOG has done some of that, actually. That really does make a difference.
Yes.
Okay. You open that. You put that in that.
Yes.
Studded leather armor +3. Kelgar. Hide armor +2. Kelgar. Okay.
Yes.
All right, sounds good. Thanks for stopping by, Golden Drake. If you haven't followed already, I think you may have, but if you haven't followed already, please do. And yeah, don't be a stranger. Thanks for stopping by. Yep, that's it, Vargas. Yeah, pretty much I agree, Rock God. Yeah, I just hate... I honestly think it's, like, physically not good for me to have scares like that. I mean, I'm not going to keel over when it happens, but it's just not... It's not my thing. I don't... No, sir, I don't like it. Can I use this? Interesting, I can. Okay. Save, let's level up. Okay, Arcane Archer. Hail of Arrows, I think. Is coming up for me, if I'm not mistaken. Alright, skills. Concentration for sure. Actually, no. Okay, those are maxed. Diplomacy. Oh, I can't do that. Can't do that either. Oh, fine. I'll put it in survival. Okay. Yes, Hail of Arrows. Okay, I thought that Yeah, I thought actually that that name looked familiar to me. I thought Golden Drake had, so. Right, Dinosaur Companion, that's great, except I don't need that. Okay. We've got Dash. Expert Tactician. Right, Attack of yeah, it doesn't, I don't use it as much. Improved Rapid Shot. -2 penalty on your ranged attack rolls. Okay. Okay, that doesn't help me. Steadfast Determination, no. Okay, so I could weapon focus it. No, 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 no. Outsiders would be useful. +3 against the Githyanki especially, but no, I don't think so though. I do like spell penetration. I already have that. Okay, longbow. Yeah, see, I've already got my weapon focus with that, so that doesn't really help me. Rapid reload. Yeah, that's for crossbow. Natural bond could be useful because I use that. Yeah, and I already have the improved critical. So dash is a possibility. Dash is a possibility. Dodge is a possibility. And dash, dodge, or natural bond is what I'm thinking about. Yeah, I guess so, gamer, but I think it would not feel the same way. Yeah, I'm Arcane Archer, Hillness. I chose that a while ago, actually. So natural bond increases the level of my animal companion, which is cool. But an improved rapid shot would be the -2 penalty on your ranged attack rolls is nice. Yeah, I think I'm going to choose dodge. Okay. Before I forget, let me add this new one, which I got, which is right there, Hail of Arrows. Okay. This I can use 1 per day, but oh, what a 1 per day that is.
Follow me.
Okay. Level you up. Kelgors are really, really easy. Nice, gamer. Yeah, a lot of people have talked to me about like seeing when these things happened as of late and being like, oh yeah, I remember when I did that, when I followed you. Okay, now. Greater weapon focus, right, yeah. Improved critical. I still have a long sword. Actually, wait a minute. Do I have... I'm curious, what do you recommend? Improved power attack. Yeah. Guess what we're getting, chat? Guess what we're getting, chat? Let me introduce you to something I like to call Monkey Grip. And here's why Monkey Grip is going to be super useful for us. Because Monkey Grip is going to allow me to... What's up, Lone Wolf? Happy 4th of July weekend. Monkey Grip is going to let us use... you can use it at one hand with a -2 penalty to hit, which means I can use a shield. And that is really useful because he is my tank. At least he's one of them. So now that I have that, I can now add a shield to the mix. The only problem is I don't think I have an extra shield.
I am listening.
I don't believe so. Do I? Do I have an extra shield? Oh, man. That's the only problem is I need to get a shield.
Everybody, follow me.
Something you want?
Yes.
I'm going to have to get a shield.
Yes.
Yeah, it's prehensile tail. Okay, I'm going to have to get a shield.
Yes.
I will do that when I level everybody else up. The same mask, but such a good one. All right, rogue. 1 billion skills. All right, disable device is obviously hugely important. Move silently is important. Open lock is important. Search is important. Sleight of hand is important. Tumble is important. Use magic device is important, especially now that Sand is once again not in the party. I'll throw a point of lore in there. Listen is important. And spot. All right, easy enough.
Yes.
Cleric. Concentration for sure. Heal for sure. Lore for sure. And parry for sure. Yep, that's easy. Oh, really, Sparkly? Oh, that's cool, Hillness. Yeah, I came over because I saw on a forum in late 2011, is actually late November 2011, I was looking for something to accompany grading final exams to, late November, early December, and I saw a forum post by this guy called Catabasis about doing a Dead is Dead, basically like an Iron Man thing of Skyrim, with characters that the chat created, and I was like, what is this? And the rest is history. Plus 2 points per spell level to the amount of damage healed by any healing spell. That's really nice. Extra slot for a cleric is really nice too. But spell penetration is super useful. I think that's what we're looking at. Yeah, okay. Yep. Do it. And Chandra, fighter. All right, I want you to, I don't really want you to craft weapon. You don't need to worry about lore. Taunt for sure. And I don't know, whatever. Oh, I'll throw a point in intimidate, I guess. Okay, now. And of course, I promptly forget what weapon she had. What weapon do you have? Longsword, that is, right? Oh, it's a rapier. It is a rapier. Okay. All right. Proved critical. With a rapier. It's probably what I'm going to do. Although, a weapon focus of rapier... Let's get the weapon focus rapier. Okay. Lovely. All right. Okay, we got to go back and get Kelgar's shield. It's unfortunate. It's not what I was planning on doing initially, but
I am listening.
I can hopefully do this quickly. All right, let's see. I can probably actually just do this at Port Last. Yeah, let's go back there. You're going to be like, oh, funny that you're here. All right, sounds good, Vargas. Oh, wow. Yeah, back in the days when Foom was running it, I barely remembered, honestly, that part. But, I mean, I barely remember that particular thing, but yeah.
Something you want?
Oh, wait, not you. You.
Yes.
What is that? It's a tower shield, huh? Alright, well, I don't want to spend 15,000 gold on it, though. Or 13,000. We're going to get the Protector. He's going from nothing at all to this, so... Okay.
Follow me.
Here we go. Yes. 3 more AC to our boy, Kelgar. Shield looks a little silly on him, but... whatever, it's better than what he had. Yep. Yep. Yeah, I remember Mash Tactics, yeah. Yeah, Foom definitely does not have positive feelings about that whole experience. About how things went down in Destructoid. It's too bad how to ruin a channel in several easy steps. They never really were able to get out of their own way, honestly. Okay, that is the Ruins of Arvin. There we go. Dude, again? I can't freaking get anywhere because I'm getting attacked constantly. What? What is it now? Halt, intruders! Give us all your gold! And your clothes! Why would I do that? Because we asked? Try to take what's mine and you'll regret it. Boo! Such hostility! I thought you said he wasn't evil. He's not. I told you we should have left him alone. Bah, so much for our fun. Farewell. What? Oh, okay. Okay. Thanks. Again, Ruins of Arvin. All right, here we go. This looks like West Harbor, actually. This is West Harbor.
So the town remains.
Oh, this dude.
Let us see if what I seek is here as well.
Well, damn it. West Harbor!
We have arrived. I can still feel the touch of Ilfarn around us and beneath us. Know that we must find the 5 statues of Angarad if we are to complete the ritual of purification. These statues are within these ruins, if our sources are true. Without undergoing the ritual, we cannot defeat the King of Shadows. We must make haste. The sooner we complete the ritual, the sooner we can take the battle to our enemy.
All right. Sounds like a plan. Okay, so time to summon some people. Here's my bear. Here's my familiar.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so I don't want to do that until I'm actually in combat or right before it. Okay. Arvin in Arvin. Arvin in Arvin. Okay.
Yes.
What we got an orc camp. We got the Riverguard Keep. Song Portal. Temple of Seasons and the Gem Mines. Alright, well. I'm gonna take a left up here and head towards the keep. What the frick? Hey, Kelgar.
Let's get him.
Alright, dead orc berserker. Orc berserker. Ooh, a shadow mastiff. Okay, there's a lot of smashing going around. You go here. Gold ring goes to Kelgar to sell, as does a sapphire. This goes to you. Can't use that, so that's going to go to Kelgar. And good.
In ancient times, the Guardian was created to protect Ilfarn. If the time has come to dismantle our great instrument, you will be an agent of its destruction. Take this blessing of camaraderie. May its power strike down all who oppose you and your allies.
The first part of the ritual is complete. Our enemy's home is everywhere darkness lies. Know that though the King of Shadows may become legions, this ritual may still be used to drive him back.
I was thinking about that. You received the Aurora Chain special ability, which causes the party's weapons to do additional positive energy damage, can be accessed through the drop-down menu. The drop-down menu? Okay, wait, let me quick save this. Wait, where's... What does Aurora Chain do? Power bestowed by the ritual purification empowers the weapons of the caster, caster's companions with 1 extra point of attack, and damage bonus against evil opponents for every 4 levels of the caster. Effect lasts for 5 rounds, can be used once per day. Okay. I dig that. Get out of here. There we go. All right. Good. Okay, so there we go with Ritual of Purification. Alright, you need to locate a total of 5 statues of purification, will each grant a blessing required to defeat the King of Shadows. Alright, I got 1. So... Oh, well, hello. Alright. Here we go. No better time than the present. Alright, and... Okay. You all just want to sit there like honey bunches of oats. I mean, I'm good with that. "30 damage, 30 damage, 30 damage, 30 damage." It just, I mean, good gravy. Like, the hits just keep on coming, although I did hit them with 3 imbues before they even recognized that I existed. So I wonder if this is all like they're fighting wars that these don't actually exist, and they're fighting wars from before or something. Also digging all these cure critical wound potions. You need cure critical wounds, my dude. Okay. Yeah, they are fighting each other, and I'm wondering if it's just sort of like, in times of past glory, you know, this happened and this happened. I mean, they don't seem like ghosts, though. I mean, these seem like real creatures. Okay, we got this. Okay, I think we finally got through all of that stuff. All right, this goes to you, Kelgar. To you, Kelgar. To you, Kelgar. And to you, Kelgar. And this goes to you.
Yes.
And that is Greater Shadow Conjuration. Can you use that?
Yes.
No? You said yes. That would be a no. So you sell that.
I am listening.
Okay. Let this be your last battlefield. You know, I know that episode is in some ways ham-handed, and that, you know, I get it, but I always let that be your last battlefield. I don't know whether it's just that episode, always something about it struck me as very, I don't know, powerful, and I really liked, and the ending always stayed with me. I don't know. Okay. Hail of Arrows time. Nope, not many shot. Okay. How we doing? It seems to be okay. Alright. There should be a second statue in there. Again, these things all fighting near here is strange. That time it just looked like they were waiting around, so I don't know exactly what happened there, but... Unlock that, Nishka? Yeah, same, Prince Justin, same. And it's also pretty well acted, especially by Beale, you know, who's the guy that's chasing him. I always thought he in particular did a good job with that role. And again, like, I'm not saying it's particularly subtle, but I think it did the job better than some people gave credit for. I actually saw a rewatch thing. Keith DeCandido did the script for Icarus, and who is, you know, obviously incredibly knowledgeable about Star Trek, for which he's written, and, you know, all that kind of stuff. But he actually rated Whom Gods Destroy which is, I think is fine, but it's like a 5 out of 10 for me. It's like a whatever in the middle episode. He actually rated Patterns of Force lower than that. And I was like, really? Like Patterns of Force, which is basically where they come to a planet where John Gill, who was sent from the Federation to observe, ends up making a terrible mistake. And because he felt he needed to unite this planet quickly, he basically recreated Nazi Germany, but he thought he could do it benignly. And of course, as I don't think you need a spoiler alert to figure out that doesn't work the way he intends. And I actually teach that in my science fiction class because there's a lot of clear sort of thematic stuff that I can use for it. And I was just kind of like, I think Patterns of Force is a really good episode, actually. And I was kind of like, whoa, really? And again, obviously reasons can differ, and, Keith knows a ton about Star Trek, but I just was like, wow, it really surprised me. Whom Gods Destroy was fine, but to rank it above Patterns of Force I was really surprised. Let's see. Let's have you heal. Yeah. Same. I was just like, I mean, yeah, and there are moments that are, again, a little ham-handed here and there and whatever. There's some really good moments there. I don't know. Oh. The inscription reads, "Here lies Jamel, master of Riverguard Keep. Even unto the end her blade remained unbroken and her shield never wavered. May no one claim her scepter who is not equally worthy. This one must have had a great will to lead so many, but it did little to deter those seeking to steal from her once her life was gone. I see no blade, shield, or scepter lying with her." I mean, I'm hoping that there's a statue in here. Right. Completely agree with you, Prince Justin. Well said. I do think that there are some interesting moments in Bread and Circuses. And I like kind of the reveal at the end where you're like, oh, okay. And I thought the guy who plays the Praetor, or not the Praetor, what's his name? The guy who plays the Proconsul. I think that guy did a good job, actually, as that Proconsul. But yes, exactly. Patterns of Force to me is a far superior kind of alternate history episode. Hell, even Who Mourns for Adonis, which never made any sense for me because it's Apollo they meet. But anyway, Who Mourns for Adonis, I even thought, although it's more mythology than history, but you know what I mean, I thought was better. Yeah, I mean, I thought the reveal is interesting. I thought the reveal was interesting. I can understand that might not work for everybody. I thought that was interesting because of the sort of conceptually. I thought it was interesting, but yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess that does not work. But I mean, anyway, the thing is relying on, I mean, it's certainly not going to do anything based upon that alone anyway. Are these both locked? Can you open that, Nishka? I bet you can't, right? Oh, you can. All right, hang on then. Are you sure you can't open this?
Sorry, I can't do that.
All right, okay. But you can open that. That's fine. Whoa. If you would not mind, Nishka, please. Hey, where's my bear? I bet there's another one. Where's the other trap? It's a long corridor. Come on. There's got to be more than one. My favorite Star Trek episode of all time, I think the best Star Trek episode, original series ever made, is City on the Edge of Forever. I understand that Harlan didn't like what they did with it, but that's Harlan being Harlan. I think his script is, frankly, a little ridiculous for Star Trek. It's interesting, but a little absurd. I think City on the Edge of Forever is the best episode, but my favorite episode is Balance of Terror. I think Balance of Terror does so many things so well that's probably my favorite episode for sure. Can you get that open? Oh, hi. What's going on with the... Then the ogre suddenly shows up? Oh, we got an ogre magi? Yeah. Dude, he is doing so much damage with his arrows. As an arcane archer, he is just off the hook now. Oh, we got a dire badger there. Yeah, so that's always been my favorite episode, is Balance of Terror, although there's a lot of great ones. Yeah, exactly, Prince Justin. You know, one of my favorite lines in all of Star Trek is in that one, and it's where the guy who plays the racist dude, Styles, that guy, at one point when he's talking about the Romulans, it's also the first time we meet the Romulans, too, but when he's talking, and Mark Lennard plays the Romulan captain, which is awesome, and so anyway, when he finds out about the Romulans and he's telling the captain, he's like, oh, this is the thing that will happen. Like, you know, this is what they'll look like. They're painted like a great bird of prey. And Kirk says, I had no idea that family history was that history was your specialty. And he says, family history. There were 2 Styles in the service back then, 2 enlisted men, another junior officer, all killed in that war. And Kirk's line is, their war, Mr. Styles, not yours. Don't forget it. I was like sick, like so good, so good. Another one I always really liked. I mean, I love all this. Star Trek original series is my jam, but I really loved. Obviously Space Seed, which is where they introduced Khan. That's great. I really loved the episode called A Taste of Armageddon, where they have these computers that fight their wars for them completely, and like Kirk's decision about what he does there and all that stuff is really pretty cool. My mother's favorite was always Devil in the Dark. My mother's favorite, because she loved the mother, you know, connection in that episode and all that, and that's very good. Actually, Star Trek science fiction, where they don't just kill everything that moves. Like, that's not the point of it. Staff of Defense. All right, +2, only usable by sorcerer or wizard. Well.
Yes.
Do you have a favorite one, Prince Justin? Or any of you out there, actually? Yeah, you know what? I did watch one of those, Gamer. I watched the one that furthered the Who Mourns for Adonis, and they actually got the same actor. Much older, obviously. That was not bad. That was not bad, actually. It looked like it should have been like a train wreck based upon some of the production values or whatever, but it's actually not bad. I mean, part of the problem is that I love the character actors so much that it's a little like, I'm always kind of like, this was great when it was Scotty and not just someone pretending to be Scotty. But nonetheless, I was really impressed, actually, when they managed to get that. I was like, that's, wow. Like, how did you get that guy?
Follow me and quickly.
Yeah. All right, sounds good, Lone Wolf. Enjoy your walk. And happy July 4th weekend, as you said. There are a lot of episodes then that are... There are a couple of really episodes that I thought were really interesting, and then something in them doesn't ruin them, but like really undercuts it. So the Man Trap, not the Man Trap, The Enemy Within, which is where there's a transporter accident, and basically Kirk is split into two Kirks, but one of them, it turns out, is sort of the so-called evil side, but that's also the side that has his will and his determination, and the other side is the gentle side and the logic, but he can't basically, he loses the will to command over time, and he does some really good acting in that, actually, and, you know, really the idea is to sort of integrate them together, and the problem with that episode doesn't actually arrive until the end, when Spock says one of the most non-Spock sexist, like basically looking at it, like sort of winking and laughing at abuse in the entire series. Completely unnecessary. It makes no sense to me, because he's talking to Yeoman Janice Rand, who's female, obviously. He's talking to this woman who was assaulted at one point by the bad Captain Kirk, not by the good one, the bad one, and you know, whatever. And so as Spock comes over to her at the end, like she's talking to whatever, and he says, the other Captain Kirk had some interesting qualities, wouldn't you say, Yeoman? And then she looks at him like he's like, you know, insane, and she walks away from him, and Spock almost has a smug grin on his face, and I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, it literally, it's so out of left field. I never saw them do anything like that again. I understand that Star Trek has its own issues with sexism, for sure. All you have to do is take a look at the outfits the women wear on the thing. So I get it. It was the 1960s. They weren't exactly advanced with the treatment of women. I get it. But that was just so out of left field that I'm like, what? Still a cool episode, but that part of it, I'm like, what the hell? Mirror Mirror is great. Yeah, one of my top 5 ever. Yes, I love Mirror Mirror. And that speech at the end that he gives to Spock is great. So good, that speech at the end. In every revolution, there is one man, if it were not the 60s, we would say one person, with a vision. And Spock says, Captain Kirk, I shall consider it. Super cool. I like that. Private Little War. Very good, underrated episode. Agreed, Dark Sinner. You have a Mirror Mirror t-shirt. Yeah, that's right. Next Gen and Deep Space Nine. Yeah, and I like Star Trek Next Gen, although that first season, woof, it took them a while to find their footing. But yeah, obviously there were some very good Next Gen episodes as well. Deep Space Nine, you know, I never got into Deep Space Nine, and I think part of the reason I never got into it is, these guys didn't attack me on sight. The reason I never really got into it, I think, is because I think that the strength of Star Trek was always going out and seeking out strange new worlds and new civilizations, like going elsewhere. And basically this show was just like, everyone come to me and explore. And it has some great character actors. Armin Katayan is really great. Obviously, or no, yeah. And then what's his face? Zimmerman, the guy who plays Quark. Cisco, you know, Avery Bradley was really good, and like they had some very good elements to it, and then they had some that were kind of not that interesting. Bashir, I was always like, okay, whatever, he exists. I know a lot of people like Deep Space Nine. I liked it okay, but I never really was up there to me with the other Enterprises. So yeah, Next Gen took a while, and also Next Gen recycled a bunch of original series plots at first. It took them a while to find their footing. I think the problem with Enterprise, Coven, is that after you've seen all of what new technology can do, going back and being like, all right, so here's what happens before we could do the cool stuff. A lot of people are just like, why can't we do the cool stuff? You know what I mean? I just think there was a friction there that if it had gone the other way around, if it had started with Enterprise, maybe that would have been different. Although then who knows if we would have gotten to the other series. But I think that's basically why. Picard's great. Kirk's my favorite captain, but Picard, I mean, Patrick Stewart, what else need to be said? Patrick Stewart was great. Yep. Yeah, like, I mean, and same. Yeah, like, I mean, so I don't know. Voyager Atero had a couple of really good episodes. There's an episode in Voyager of where they come to this place where there's this computer that uses emotions, basically to kind of builds up emotions, and that's what it uses for power or fear or the stuff like that. And the ending of that is chilling. Oh, Lost Rivers. I'll say the same thing to you, Voyager. I can't remember the name of it, but the episode at the end with Janeway and this computer thing is absolutely chilling. Also has one of the better themes from any of the Star Treks. Oh, yeah. Yes, sir, Patrick Stewart. Right. Same, Justin. Yeah, the fear clown. The fear clown. That line at Tarot at the end where he's like, I'm afraid, and she's like, I know. Like, oh my God. So freaking good. And actually, that would remind, I think, Dragonspear, who loves Farscape. That was a little Farscapey, actually, that episode. Yeah, Voyager's good. Voyager's good. Definitely quality. But, I mean, and it did have some, kind of weak spots as well. But to me, if I were to rank them, it would go... and I have not watched Discovery because I'm not going to pay for another all-access thing. Plus, frankly, I don't really love what it's doing. Same thing with Picard for the same reason. So I haven't watched those two. So leaving those aside and not counting the animated series, I would rank it... original series is number 1 for me. I would say Next Gen would be second. I would say Voyager would be third. Deep Space Nine would be 4. And Enterprise would be 5. That's how I would rank it. Discovery had one good season. Yeah, I would agree with that, Echo. I would agree with that. Same. I also think Deep Space Nine was either trying to be Babylon 5 or Babylon 5 was trying to be Deep Space Nine or something. But I feel like what you get from Deep Space Nine, you might get better in Babylon 5. And I wasn't... And it's funny, too, because I love political intrigue stuff. I don't know... Like, Babylon 5, I didn't get into enough at the right time. So if I went back and looked at it again, I might feel differently about it. But Deep Space Nine never quite clicked for me, I think. So, all right, who are you?
What are you doing in here? Are you a spy for Uthank?
I'm no spy. I'm looking for statue of purification.
Is that so? I know where you might find a statue in this keep, but the ogre mage Gelu won't let you near it, if it is indeed the one you seek.
Why are you telling me this?
I am Ralador. I grow tired of the ogre mage. He promised plunder, but I have seen none.
How did you come to these ruins?
Wealth. Gelu promised us. The orcs are weak, he said. Uthank's brother is dead, so we cannot send help. We came to this place in the night, swarmed over the orcs, and took this keep, slaying many dozens. But Gelu lied. He sought a statue in the lower levels of this keep, and he used us to reach it. Now he pokes at some door below, and we languish here besieged. Do you see plunder? Do you see wealth? We fought for nothing but dust and silence.
Dude, good line. Banger of a line alert right there. We fought for nothing but dust and silence. That's a great line. Holy crap. Good stuff. Voyager is a bit messy in its story. The Union of Starfleet, the Rebel crew. Yeah, exactly. They kind of bailed on that early on, Lost Rivers. Yeah. That sucks, Coven. That's a great line. Oh, man. We fought for nothing but dust and silence. If you want Gelu dead, then help me.
I will take my bugbears and leave this keep. We will stand in the courtyard and wait. If you come to us with Gelu's head, we'll let you go. If not, you die.
Yeah, how about... That's not going to happen. If I come out, I'll beat you because I'm better than you, but whatever, I understand.
That's lucky for you, Smooth Skin. Come, brothers. Our service to the Ogre Mage is ended.
Wow, they just faded out. Faded out. Okay, good. So I got this guy. So there is a statue here. This Ogre Mage is guarding it. And this dude is going to have to manage that. Talana mass line. Yeah, Taro. That's a good line. Man. That's one of those ones that surprised me, actually. It's one of those ones where you're like, I mean, because the writing in this has been, solid, whatever. It's been good. It's been decent to good. And the story, I would say, is fine. It's not like wildly compelling. But it's not bad. It's pretty good. And it's been decent, but it's been good. But that was like sort of out of nowhere. I have to say, this has definitely picked up. This is pretty good. Neverwinter Nights 2, I am really enjoying it, honestly. I mean, it's not perfect, but there's a decent story at the core of this, and there's some very good voice acting, very good character work. I like it. I also like how much damage he's doing. Jeez. No, don't go through the fire. Get out of the fire. Good Lord, we didn't start the fire. It's always burning since the world is turning. Yeah. True, Lost Rivers. True. I just feel like... Yeah, none of the series, obviously, are perfect, although at their best, the series do things pretty well. I mean, to me, the best season in original series is clearly Season 2. Season 1 is often very good, but does not have, like, everything together. Season 2 was consistently pretty excellent. There were a couple of, down moments, but for the most part, very good. I thought Season 3 was the weakest, although even there, Season 3 is still good. I still like Season 3. And there were some very good ones. Spectre of the Gun was really cool in Season 3. The Tholian's Web. The Tholian Web is excellent in Season 3. There were some real clunkers in there that are partially a result of the fact that they were running out of money and they were reusing all these things, so there was that. But I really liked, I would say for me the best season was Season 2. And next-gen experts, which I would not classify myself as, would have to tell me what the best season of Star Trek is, they think, of the next-gen is. Earworm now. Yeah, I hear you, Hippo. I felt the same way about the fan cut of Knights of the Old Republic 2. I felt like Knights of the Old Republic 2 way overstayed its welcome. Way overstayed its welcome. Oh, really, Hillness? Critical hit. Dude, running down the corridor with me just hammering him over and over again? Sign me up. Yeah, my... Ow. Best season of TNG is Season 5? Yes, I would definitely say that the first Knights of the Old Republic is my favorite, yes. I think Knights of the Old Republic 1 is excellent. Excellent, excellent. I think Knights of the Old Republic 2 would have been fine if freaking Obsidian knew how to finish a freaking game. And that kind of Obsidian is not the first time they ran into that problem. That incarnation of Obsidian. But Coder 2, the fan mod improves some things, but it drags it out way too much. No. Coder 1 is better than Coder 2. Coder 1 is way tighter. It's more coherent. It's a better story. Coder 2 is more ambitious in some ways, but I would rather have a tighter, more focused story than just more content, which just keeps things going. Oh, I barely remember that, Helness. Yeah, they didn't give it enough time. No, they just skipped over carburetors, Helness. Plus Coder 1 had a Yoda, exactly. Wait, what is TSLRCM? What is that? Is that one of the... What do you mean? What is that? I do not recognize the acronym. Oh. Whoops. Whoopsie. My party is kicking some ass now. Excuse you? Oh god. Frozen! Oh no! Well. Whoa, hello? Wow. That is a lot of freeze. Wow. Sorry, chat. I gotta restart. Oh, the Sith Lords restore content mod. Oh. Okay. Yeah, but no, see, here's the thing though, Echo. This is the thing, right? If the devs, sometimes the devs left stuff on the cutting room floor for a reason. So the problem with that mod, I think, is it just puts back everything. And the devs may not have meant for all of that to actually exist. You know? So I wouldn't necessarily blame the devs for that. Thank God for an SSD, which means that this boots up really fast. That's only the second time I think this game has really crashed. And I'm pretty sure I saved it pretty recently, so I don't think we lost much time. They're bringing back Q for Season 2 of Picard. Yeah. Also, hi, Critchwitch. All right. Let's fire this up. Happy Independence Day to America. May it live up to its ideals. Okay.
Let's get him.
Sometimes I swear. Okay, we good? Woo! Alright, good. Every so often the AI just... I don't know. Okay. Wait, what? I definitely do not want to get into a discussion of that dude, but just, what does that even mean? I don't understand.
Yes.
Yes.
Make your path mine.
Fey Duster. +2. Oh, sleep 50%. Yeah, well, that's nice, but...
I am listening.
Okay, I already did that. All right. I'm going to save this under 2 spots, which is always a good idea. So I saved it right before that fight, so good job. Good job, me. goblin is pretty tough. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Easy, easy there. Oh, a goblin shaman, huh? There we go. Kill this guy. What? Did someone just can you what are you doing? All right. Everybody get up, relax. Jeez. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I hear you, Rock God. Yeah, I feel bad. We were talking about that earlier, about for the pets and for people who are sensitive to loud noise. Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, there were a few little fireworks things going on near where I live. Wasn't too bad, just a little bit today. In some places, yeah, it goes on for like the better part of a week. But tomorrow, I'm sure there'll be a lot of it. After that, though, I don't want any more of it around. Like, I mean, you know, New Year's and July 4th, basically, are the days that I'll deal. But, like, I don't want it the rest of the time. So... For some people, yes, it goes on all month. But I don't... I mean, honestly, though, I have to say, I don't know what your experience has been, Helness. Maybe where you live, it's a little bit different. But, like, for most of what I've seen, my experience, that has not usually been... like, I haven't run into that too much, I have to be honest. Yeah. Yeah, that's... Yeah.
I am listening.
I mean, you know, we'll get, like, firecrackers here and there. It's tough. It's like, you know, yeah. But, I mean, I certainly have heard that for sure. I just meant myself that, like, I have not run into it being for a month. Like... I have not run into that. Yes. Why are you... Oh. You are weighed down, are you? Okay, well, first of all, everyone needs to rest here. I mean, I can't rest while there are enemies nearby. There we go. Yeah, really, gamer? I mean, I'm thinking about... Oh, hey. Hey, there we go. Dark Side Rob. My boy Dark Side Rob coming in with a raid. Thank you, Raiders. What is up, Random Squad Raiders? What's going on, everybody? I saw that Rob was playing some Skyrim. I may check out some of the VOD on that later on. I am a big fan of... I'm a big fan of the Skyrim, especially when Rob plays it. Good to see you, my dude. Thank you so much, man. I hope all is well. I know you're heading off soon on your vacay, so I hope you had a good session today. Hey,
How can I help?
how can you help? Well, you can... If we can disarm this trap... You have to redo. It was a glorious mess. All is not well. Oh no.
I am listening.
Oh man. Well, I mean, look, a glorious mess is.
Make your path mine.
Oh. Well, before we make your path mine, can you... You actually... Here, we can get back in here so we can rest. We do need it. Vacation doesn't exist for Rob. There's always some form of camera. That's good stuff. So, was there a particular mod that, like, that you were like, this thing is where it's at? Like, I have found the mods to end all mods. Like, was there anything like that? Or was it just sort of a general trial and error? Let's see how we do with this. Let's see what we do with this type of thing. Okay. Let's save that under ARV continuing and save that. Well, either way, I guess. Like ones that sort of stood out for you, Rob. Was there one that you're like, oh man, this one is great, or wow, this is a complete train wreck? Ha 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 ha. All right. Here's how this goes down.
Look who showed up.
Wait, what the frick? Did you get hit with confusion again? Oh, for God's sake. Oh, alright. First of all... Alright.
Looks like we have company.
Kill this jerk. Alright, now... Alright, now heal should get rid of confusion, so... This game does not handle heal correctly. This should be getting rid of confusion, and it's not. Alright, now I just have to figure out... Okay. No train wreck mods. There's some I can't play with that. Found a mod that has a ton of new enchantments to armor and weapons. It really is fantastic. Nice, Rob. It's a confusing place. What's up, Shadowed? Arv amigos.
Yes.
Alright, well, speaking of train wrecks, that battle was certainly one of those.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, it was. Okay, you regenerate on you. Alright, while you're regenerating...
Follow me and quickly.
Okay, that was a complete wreck. But it worked out. Okay, see you, Valerian. Thanks for stopping by. You're mostly moved in. Nice, dude. Alright, so spill on the new place. How's the new place? Is it like, you know, first of all, let's talk about the most important thing. How's the internet? How's the internet working out for you? No, seriously, how was the move-in? Oh, there's no internet yet? Oh, man. So the greatest question yet remains unanswered. End of sleep. Can you use that? You can use that. Lovely.
Yes.
On phone, on data. Internet gets installed on Monday. Nice. Yeah, next week on Thursday, I actually have people come out to check my internet. Or not to check my internet, to do a site survey to see about getting the fiber installed in my place. So we're moving in that direction as well. I'm really glad, though, that the move was not too bad. Which is, you know, there was a concern that it might be. So I'm glad that it was not too bad. Illness is funny. One gig fiber on promo. Nice. Nice. Second level. To the bottom floor. Okay. Oh, great. This doesn't look like a... Okay. Everybody attack. Get rid of this ogre. Wow, Chandra goes down. Well, so much for stealth. I think everyone in the entire area... Oh my goodness. Everyone in the history of creation heard that this fight going on. Ow. Wow, how did that happen?
Showed up. I think we've had enough of this one.
Oh, of course I must gather my party. Dude, this is... This is a mess. This went south all of a sudden. Good gravy. What the hell? Everything was just like nice and smooth, and then all of a sudden it's just like kablam, you lost everything. You have your own ensuite bathroom? Nice. Okay. Hail of arrows. Hail of arrows. Alright, Seeker Arrow. Alright. Alright, let's rest. Let me get back my imbue arrows when I do that too. Because I don't know what the heck was going on there, but let's get Aurora Chain cast. And let's cast sworn I had a planar thing. Alright, I thought I had more than that, but... Nice. Good night, Helmus.
Yes.
Ogre Chieftain, huh? Let's get a Seeker Arrow up on you. Oh, nope, nope, nope. Where are you going? Can you not run away? Don't do the... Don't run it... What? Oh god. Alright, 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 alright. Okay. Let's do that again. Okay, now you. Alright, everyone back up now, please. Alright. That was messy. That was messy, gang. Messy. Let's figure out what we got here. Then we can move along. Yeah. Okay. They managed that pretty well. I mean, it was messy, but we came through it okay. I think the problem, what happened last time, is that basically all of those enemies I just fought in 3 little mini fights, those things all happened like at the same time, and my folks got overwhelmed. Master's Shield once belonged to the Master of Riverguard Keep. +2. Okay.
Yes.
That's not nearly as good. What about...
Something you want?
Oh, that's not nearly as good either. Okay.
I am listening.
Alright, so that's that. So now you...
Yes.
Ring of Protection +2. Which I think I already have better than that already. Cloak of Protection +2. That could be useful, actually. And I mean, I'm glad that she's got charisma and all that, but... frankly, is not as important. Yes, I want you to sell that. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Let's save that. That is quite true, Dragon. Nice. I think I can keep going for the moment. I was thinking about resting, but I think I can get away with it. I have it saved several times over now. Then we go up there. Someone definitely did not want us getting down to that bottom floor where we're going to find the ogre mage. Adamantine great axe. That's nice. You're gonna sell that, as will you. Alright, save that. Did I miss any doors on the way down here? Don't know if I don't think I did. How many, Shadowed, how many roommates did you, like, do you have a couple of roommates that you're with, or is this just you doing this thing? Ha! Free! Free at last! Time to fight! Who are you? I'm Rib Smasher. I smash ribs. Human ribs, orc ribs, elf ribs, sometimes even little pixie ribs. But these goblins, they grabbed me before I could smash their ribs. I'll show them! I'll show them! Don't stand your way. Now there's a warrior who has his priorities straight. Maybe you'll be half as bright as him one day, Kelgar. One can dream. I hope so, lass. I hope so. What? Go, Rib Smasher! Go, Rib Smasher. Go, Rib Smasher. What are you doing? He's just like, he ran down, he kicked in every door. Look at that, he ran down and he kicked in every door. What are you doing? Oh my god, no, he's kicking it. Wait. Wait. Don't destroy stuff, my dude. Wait. Dude, stop. Wait, you're breaking everything. No. Wait. Don't break everything. You should get the hell over here before he breaks everything.
Looks like this lot needs some special attention.
You're supposed to smash ribs, not doors.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Like, if he had said chest smasher, I think we would have had a different discussion. The problem is I already took out all the enemies, so like... Oh god, now what did he do? He broke something else. Dude, what? Did you... Man, if he took anything out that was really important... Alright, sleep well, Echo.
Yes.
Yeah, I actually co-sign what Echo says about that. That would be really sweet if we could see pictures at some point on the Discord, etc. Okay, you can't use it either, so. Hood Knight. Really?
I am listening.
I hope there are no key items in here that he destroyed. I think they probably have a protection on that so that he can't actually destroy critical, you know, to proceed things. Although I guess even if that happened, we could probably console command it in if we had to. Right now, he's just bashing the door. He didn't get to this chest, thank God. Ow. Oh.
How can I help?
Just open the door while he sits there. Okay. Only water in my lungs, oh yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right, chat. You got to admire like his commitment. All right, get out of my way, Rib Smasher. Bottom floor. Okay. Here we are. It's a long way to go just to get into this freaking second statue. Can you unlock that, Nishka? Well done. Huh, what's going on? Gelu said you're not to be harmed. Not until he talked to you. Really? You realize that this means I'm going to go in here, then we're going to get into a fight with the guy, and then the entire level is going to aggro on the way out. That's how this goes down. That's how this movie ends. I have seen this movie end this way many times before.
Quickly.
Man. Book of Banes.
Yes.
That goes here. That goes back to you. That gets dropped. That gets equipped. And that's whatever. Okay.
Follow me and quickly.
Man, United. Can you? Thank you.
Well, well, well. Looks like this lock needs some special
Man.
attention. All done.
Must be strong to get this far. We not fight you unless Gelu say so. You got that right. Okay.
Yes.
Ula's heart. When the Smithy Guild of Endrab refused to admit Ula on the basis of her gender, she challenged their best weaponsmith to a contest to see who could forge the finer sword. She toiled for weeks, her workshop busy day and night, until she produced a flawless, beautiful scimitar. Enraged that a mere woman should best him, the guildsmen hired assassins to do away with her. Ula's story has since inspired many more women to take up her profession and make many copies of Ula's famous blade. Ooh, and it's also +2 and also keen. It's nice, but...
Yes.
Something you want?
Yes.
I might give you this, Chandra. It's a pretty solid weapon, actually. Okay. Quick save that. Then we go up here. Welcome back, Didge. I do not look forward to encountering all these people who will immediately somehow have gotten the memo, I guess through group text, that they are now supposed to attack me. That is not going to be a fun time. I'm telling you right now.
Yes.
Harm, slay living.
Yes.
Kelgar is going to have a fortune worth of stuff. When this little section of the adventure is over and we go back to the keep, we are going to have some serious coin. Hey, Thordex Mommy. Happy holiday weekend. Yes, agree. Good to see you. Hope all's well. Always after me blue diamonds. Okay. That's going to be nice for money too. 34,000. We'll get close to 50. We'll be able to do something down there. Okay. So here we go. Let's save this under our continuing. Since we're going to attack everyone and their brother in just a moment.
There are over a dozen of you, and you cannot figure out how to overcome this enchantment?
The spell is weakened, but still potent. If we sacrifice 7, maybe 8 more to the trap, it should be enough to dispel...
Under normal circumstances, I would demand such terrible sacrifices. However, as Uthank and his idiotic orcs are camped not far away...
Give us more time, Gelu.
What choice do I have? Quickness requires competence, and you have none. Get out of my sight.
That's our boy. Ah, the reason for all the commotion finally arrives. I suppose this means that my army is somewhat reduced in size. In any case, if you have come to claim this keep, you have found its lord. I am Gelu. I'm Arvin Eleron. Well met.
Well met. Well met, my axe.
Greetings to you in turn. What brings you here? Yeah, I didn't like that, actually. Okay. Let's try that again. I didn't like the way that went down. That's not what I meant to do. I don't know. Okay. All right. Looking for a statue of purification.
Then you and I have the same goal. Do you know its purpose?
It grants blessings that can be used to battle a creature of ancient Ilfarn called the Guardian.
Is that all it's for? I've been wasting my time thinking it was something else.
Its importance is mentioned in several Elven manuscripts, but they all fail to describe its function. What's preventing you from getting to the statue?
There is a curse on the door which has slain every goblin who attempts to open it.
It's been weakened, though. A dozen goblins more, perhaps, and it will likely dissipate forever. Allow me to use it if I can get to it?
If you kill the Orc Chief Uthank, yes. I will not only allow you to use the statue, but I will reward you with gifts from my treasury.
Uthank, who's he?
Uthank was the owner of this keep and this land. I mean to usurp his power now that his brother can no longer protect him.
You can't get to the statue, but you're promising me I can use it?
Getting past requires sacrifices I'm not willing to make, not while Uthank remains a threat.
Rest assured that if you eliminate Uthank, I will make those sacrifices to uphold my end of the deal. Actually, Ralador wanted me to kill you.
Really?
To tell the truth, I didn't expect that. I had no idea Ralador had that kind of ambition. Won't be a problem. I'll kill the Orthanc for you in Raldor 2 if it gets in my way. Nah. I mean... Excellent. The back stair will take you to the keep's entrance. Return here when Uthanc is dead. I mean... There we go. See, those character models are not bad. That's not bad, right? Although those look a little more like gnolls than ogres, actually. Ogre mages can definitely be dangerous. I think that I would probably... I mean, I would take this guy. But... I don't know. I mean, I don't want to be a hired killer, but if I have to deal with both of them... Everybody kill that guy, please. Okay. Not sure what value that had exactly.
Yes.
I may not stick with that. No, no, no. Okay.
Yes.
Cursed door. Yeah, pretty much. I don't know whether I'm going to stick with this. Like... I mean, I don't really care about Blix one way or the other, but like...
I cannot carry this weight and still move.
All right. Yeah, I may not hold on to this because... I don't know. Depends on what I do with the door situation. We'll see if I can get through there or not. Okay, Alexandrite. This goes to you to identify. This goes to you to identify. This goes to you to sell. Fluorspar goes to you to sell. This goes to you to identify. That is a bullet of screaming, which goes to you as well. That goes to you to sell. The Nomad's Ring. Ooh, a lot of bonus spell slot stuff, which would be nice if I had a sorcerer, but I don't. Nymph Cloak. Okay. C3 will be tables.
I am listening.
Pretty much. Let's heal you. I'm going to save this under something else because I'm really uncertain about this. I'm going to save this under my classic R of Unsure. Open that door for me, would you? Oh my god. A door? Consider it smashed. Oh my god, he's just fighting the door. Oh my god. Okay, no, I'm not gonna do that. That's so evil. Sure, Rib Smasher. Go get him. Oh, that's so bad. I thought that Rib Smasher's thing was to destroy creatures, not doors. But boy, it's tempting. He goes running up. Did you see that? He runs up to the door. I'm like, get away. He's like, ah ha ha, and then runs away. $52 damage. What? Oh, crap. Well... Oh god, here comes everyone in the world. Yeah, this is not the way I want to do this, I think. Okay. All right, let's go. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
That is within my power.
All right, mass, cure serious wounds.
Look who showed up.
Seeker arrow. All right. Well, so now I don't know what to do. We killed Gelu. Nice big boar, gonna be some danger. You tethered your phone. Nice, Shadowed. So, I mean... maybe that this... I mean, I wonder if this means that the orcs will be okay with this because they... I don't know. Maybe the orcs will be okay with it because now we killed their rival. I mean, I don't really care about this ogre mage. Like, I don't... I mean, I just wiped him from the face of the earth, obviously, so... And I saved, you know, Rib Smasher from a fate worse than death.
I am listening.
Yep, there's Gelu's head, an ogre mage skull. Oh, so you have to think of another one. Gem sword. All gem swords require a feature a prismatic blade fractured throughout but still magically maintains its shape. Tales speak of a great crystal from which these weapons can be split, but the plain traveling souls who relate these stories are often suffering from dementia, having lost their faculties while navigating dimensional barriers. It's a great sword, electrical 1d6 enhancement bonus +3. Kelgar, can you use that? +2, 1d6, and it's +6 against orcs, which is awfully good, but I gotta be honest. +3 in general with a 1d6 bonus, and he can still use it. I'm gonna get so much coin from this. That's pretty nice.
I am listening.
Yeah, and that's exactly right. Change can be fun. The Master Scepter. Ah, with that, I can go into that door without a problem, I don't believe. Okay. Unidentified. You can identify.
Yes.
Bone Ring. Immunity to level and ability drain. That's nice. Yeah, we're going to give that to you.
Yes. Something you want?
Yes.
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 Okay. You accepted his offer. Well, I had accepted his offer. Although not anymore. Alright, we're going to save that under Arv Unsure as we continue down this alternate history path. That is a nice ring. Yeah, I know. Can feel an ominous aura emanating. Only the Master of the Keep may pass. Seems to have gotten weaker. Okay.
Make your path mine.
Can you cure me?
Bonaparte. Bonaparte.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ha-ha! Seems your will is focused, though obstacles and pain bar the way. This speaks well of your resolve when we finally meet the King of Shadows. You're mad. I was just guessing before, but now I know. Oh, and I got some influence with Zarev. Okay, sounds good, Shadow. Thank you as always, sir, for stopping by, and congratulations again on the move being relatively successful. Okay, the second statue.
In ancient times, the Guardian was created to protect Ilfarn. If the time has come to dismantle our great instrument, you will be an agent of its destruction. Take this blessing of protection. May it guard you against the forces of darkness.
The second part of the ritual is complete. Each part of the ritual prepares you for what is to come. Our enemy wears many forms.
Suddenly, the echo machine.
But all of them are darkness. Know that when you surround yourself with the power this ritual bestows, you can protect yourself from his reach. Keep this shield close in the dark places in which we walk.
The Shining Shield, a special ability which protects the party from massive cold and negative energy damage. Alrighty. We don't need that. So, probably gonna have to do more with this, but I'm going to put... What I'm going to do is I'm going to put, Aurora Chain. There's 3 parts, right? So I'm going to put this here. And this here. Okay, good. Lovely. Get rid of that off of there. Alright, 2 down. 3 to go. And I can go turn in this Go talk to the dude about the other quest that I would have here. Once we rest, that is. See if the VM that Trollware set up for the internet, can I rent it permanently from him as a solution? Oh. Meaning, like, as a solution, like, in any moment where this happens again, where you're going to be without internet, you mean? Or in any scenario, like, or you mean, like, permanently, like, all the time? Does it have benefits over what we do now? Goes back to the surface. The bot will run a cloud computer. Ah, I see. Yeah, I mean, like, and so I would say, you know, if we're able to find out anything in terms of, like, you know, like, if it's expensive or it's the kind of thing that, you know, like, I obviously I would talk to him about doing that cost-wise. And I mean, I trust Troll, so... Whoa, hello. Alright, we're outside here. Alright, Ralador.
Show me Gelu's head and I won't kill you.
Here, look. As we agreed, Gelu is dead.
So he is. You may stay in the keep now as my guests. Do not wear out your welcome. You killed Gelu. This is good.
Alright. That was a nice little side venture, so we killed 2 of them, right. I just want to get myself online to get down to... War Camp, Song Portal, Temple of Seasons, and the Gem Mines, and there's 3 more in this group. Yes. Yeah, so I mean, I generally think if it's going to be something where you feel like it's going to make things more reliable for you, I mean, like, it is, frankly, Arcanus Bot has been pretty reliable for a while, but if it's the kind of thing where you feel confident that, like, this is going to be something that will improve, you know, the scenario ahead of us, then improve the channel, I mean, in terms of, like, the bot being able to work and do stuff, then, you know, I'm down with that. That would be cool. Okay, let's delete that. Okay, so now I'm wondering if Futhank's going to be happy with me. It requires Windows, okay? And you'd rather that it not?
One of Gelu's dogs come for my head, yes? Do not deny it. I have my spies, and you have fallen into my trap.
Rah, Corpse Water Clan attack. Dude, what?
Your death has been...
You guys had just, like, given me 3 seconds. I could have explained that, like, Gelu, like, took care of the situation. Okay.
to shadow.
Okay.
But I am finished.
Let us attack.
This is not good. Okay, damn. I almost took... I'm gonna try that one more time. I almost took that guy out, man. Alright, good night, Shadowed. Okay, wait. So this time we're not gonna get taken off guard again. Not gonna be caught off guard.
Yes.
Okay, and I want to cast... Mass Aid. Okay, and then I want you...
I am listening.
Animal Companion and Familiar. This is going to be the last thing that we do. Good night. Good night, gamer. Always a pleasure. Okay. Alright, so now... Okay. Elgar, let's have you...
Yes.
Follow me.
All right. Okay, let's do that again. Do that one more time. See you, think. Alrighty, now we are gonna go with Hail of Arrows. There we go. And then Seeker Arrow on you. Okay. Now, I would like you. This is going much better. Mass Cure Serious Wounds. Alright. There we go. That's how we do it downtown. Much better. Much better. That's what I'm talking about. Alright, can we take care of this poison situation, please?
Yes.
Much, much better. Alright, let's heal you. See, heal is also supposed to remove poison, so that annoys me that that's not doing that. fine. Greater restoration. Right, which shouldn't be necessary to cast, but whatever.
Yes.
Okay, so I came to this place being like, all right, this dude should help me out. Didn't help me out. Instead, he was just like, let me be a jerk. That's how that went down. I didn't even get a chance. I want to be like, dude, I took out your greatest enemy. And he's just like, they will pay for their lack of vision. I'm like, whatever you say.
Yes.
Something you want?
I am listening.
Alright, well, we took out both Zelu and his orc army. So we, as per usual, when these things happen, it feels like very seldom do we back one side or the other. Usually it's like, alright, well, this one's bad and this one's bad, so we'll just get rid of both of them. Alright, sound good to everybody?
Yes.
The Ancient Sermon. Whoa. Prized almost universally by clerics of every deity, these rare amulets are said to bestow a god or goddess's favor gazing the user, granting them additional spells, divine protection. 3 bonus spell slots, AC bonus +3. See, the problem is, normally I'd be all over that, but that +4 wisdom bonus is... it's awfully nice. I don't know, I'm not going to put it on for now.
Yes.
I don't know how you avoided being killed before, but...
Yes.
Yes.
Alright, that's the Orc Berserker Death. We're up to 35,000. I haven't even sold all this stuff. I'm gonna have plenty. I may even get enough. I don't know if I'm gonna have 65,000. I might. By the time I'm done selling all this stuff, I may be able to redo all the rest of the keep. Be able to cover every curtain and lace. Alright, so that's the Statue of Purification. I was kind of hoping that was going to be a statue. Got the song portal. Temple of Seasons. I'm probably going to have to go in there, and I'm going to have to find that third statue. And then I'm going to have to go over to there, the song portal, and that's probably going to be the fourth statue. And the fifth statue will be in the gem mines. So, the main campaign of this one is much better, Mar, than the main campaign of the first one. Neverwinter Nights 1 had the advantage of kind of getting out front on stuff, so it did a lot of things pretty well. I'm going to actually rest here. It did a lot of things pretty well in terms of making tools available for people to DM and to write modules. And so it had a huge, like, to this day, there are a bunch of, like, persistent world things and stuff like that, which Neverwinter Nights 2 never really had a chance to get into too much. And there were some really good campaigns like Tyrants of Moonsea that I played on the channel. Really, really cool adventure for Neverwinter Nights 1. So there's a lot of good stuff about Neverwinter Nights 1 for sure. But just in terms of the comparison of the main campaign, this is clearly better. It's a little slow at the beginning, but it's picked up now. There are a lot of interesting elements to this story. Some really cool characters in it. this game is very solid in the main campaign. And I've heard that Mask of the Betrayer, which is the reason I started playing this, because going right from that into Mask of the Betrayer, my understanding is that Mask of the Betrayer is awesome. So after the main campaign is over, we're going to be going right into Mask of the Betrayer for this. And then once that's done, that probably will be it for me with NWN2. I know that they have Storm of Zahir, and maybe that's something I'll play and I'll come back to later. But I just committed to playing main campaign of the Mask of the Betrayer. So. Oh yeah, Rob? Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know what it is. I just bounce off it. I'm not sure why. I don't know why. Okay. Let's move up at least to the whoops. To the temple. Okay, I will do that, Miranda. Only the original satisfies my elitist tastes. I am not one of the common people, I demand. Know that we near the site for the ritual of purification. What is this? This is part of a city of ancient Ilfarn. A temple, if my senses see true. Ilfarn? But the crafters... It suggests a union of elven and dwarven wills shaping these halls, a rare thing in your culture. I know little else of the place before us. Time has eroded much of it into ruin. How do you know it's here? I can feel it. My people are attuned to certain energies of the will, and the energies that are left behind. This is the right place. Really? It is something not only my people can learn if one puts their will to it. For some, that is more a challenge than with others. Ooh. Okay, hang on. You save this? Because I have terrible tastes. I gotta say, man, like, I was saying this about Solasta. Solasta Crown of the Magister. And I also want to recommend for you, Rob, because I think, having watched you play a lot of this stuff, that you will find Solasta as a combat experience, my opinion, superior to Divinity Original Sin 2. People can certainly feel free to disagree, but it is clearly the purest 5e combat transfer with a brilliant UI. I think it's really, really intuitive and well done, and the environments are gorgeous. The character models suck. The VA is very shaky, and I don't understand, like, having worked with you and Tren and Zach and Dot and Russ and all these people, I really don't understand, George, of course, and BB, etc. I don't understand why. Just go get real voice actors, you know? Like, I just, you know. So the voice acting is shaky. The story is fine. It's not amazing, but it's fine. But the combat is just awesome, and I would love to be able to see... I'd love to be able to see that. Trendane actually has played through a lot of it, and Tren gave me some good tips up front, which as long as you do those tips up front, just initially, then everything else kind of really works. I've really enjoyed it. No, I definitely have not finished Solasta. No. I just got started on it, Mar. But I like it a lot so far. Now, again, it's possible that I will come to hate it, but I like it a lot so far. Yeah, I haven't played Pillars of Eternity 2. I didn't play it. I played in 1 on this channel, Pillars of Eternity 1, and I liked it. I didn't love it. I liked it. Yeah, Pathfinder was... I liked Pathfinder from a role-playing point of view. I just didn't like the Kingmaker stuff. And eventually, that just became frustrating. Yes, there's a way to turn it off, sort of. There's a way to make it so that you always succeed, but it's still kind of janky when you do it that way, and it just... I don't know. So I wish it had just been Pathfinder the RPG. You know, not Pathfinder Kingmaker. I mean, this, honestly, Neverwinter Nights 2 here has a, like, keep building element, but it just seems much less irritating to me. So... Yeah. Oh, I agree with you on that. I'm big time agree with you on turn-based, for sure. There's an inscription in ancient elven script here. Temple of Seasons is dedicated to the veneration of Elthin, Vigar, Bluecloak, and Bellerin, 4 knighted heroes of the United Kingdom of Ilfarn. They gave their lives that their kin might live in peace and accord. Across our lands we honor each in turn at the hearts of their seasons. Within these halls we honor them forever. A more recent inscription says, in this, the 110th year of the Guardian, this temple underwent renovation to house and protect a statue of purification. As the 4 knights long ago guarded our last hopes in life, may they do so once more in death. Last inscription is signed, Aeneas. I like the music in here, too. I'm digging the music in here. Little Lord of the Rings films we got going on here. Yeah, the problem I had with Pillars, and I've said this before, is that I found the combat very, like... how do I describe it? Wow, look at this. See, this is cool. Look at that. An ice-covered room, the Book of Winter. Temple of Seasons. I found this to be... I found combat to be very vague, by which I mean you would kind of sort of generally push combat things towards the enemy, but it never felt like shoot, arrow, hit creature. It was always like buff and then sort of do something that vaguely affects the other people. I don't know. Combat didn't grab me for that. Man, this is really interesting. I really have to stop here, but pedestal rests a book, The Trial of Winter. Vigar of Stonehearth was the lone dwarven hero of the Knights of the Seasons. In the company's most difficult battles, he was the last to leave the field. In the final struggle against the great evil, Vigar was the last to fall, enduring an onslaught of blows before finally succumbing. In his sacrifice, he bought time for all the citizens of Ilfarn. Winter's challenge is enduring the cold. Turning the page will begin the trial. Ooh, all right. Fortunately, I'm all about that fire. Hell yes. Feel the burn. Oh, okay, interesting. Well, that's cool. Okay. What's going on? Why do these creatures die? Okay, I need you to cast Mass Cure Serious Wounds. Okay. Ice Method, you're up next. Of course, the Temple of Fighting is going to be interesting. Like, the Temple of Fire is going to be a problem. That was all fine. Wait till I get to summer, right? No, that's fine, Super Stan. Never played 2. So, You know, and in fact, I honestly think that happened to a lot of people. From what I understand, PoE 2, honestly, just something about it hit at the wrong time or something, and I know for a fact that they were disappointed with sales on PoE 2. I know that for a fact. So, because I know one of the people that worked on it. So, and I think that, you know, so that I think is maybe sort of like actually what happened a little bit, I think, to NWN2. I think that might also have been an issue in terms of what happened with Pillars of Eternity 2.
Yes.
I am listening.
Do you have some more Cure Critical Wound potions? You do. Okay, we need to give 3 more of those to Kelgar for sure. Okay. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. We were talking about that with No Man's Sky actually earlier. Yeah, why not? Do you have a Cure Critical Wounds to cast on Kelgar?
Yes.
Okay. Overcame the challenge of winter. Okay. I know. Yeah. I mean, the thing is that Skyrim is, I mean, for all of the grief that you know, that game gets, and all of the memes and all of the, part of the reason it gets all of that is that it is really good. You know, like Skyrim ultimately had so much going for it, despite the fact that it's janky and that it has problems and that, like, there are all sorts of reasons that the game does not work perfectly, but the game is pretty good. And with modding and the ability to add things, as you know, it makes it even that much more impressive. I get annoyed at Bethesda because I think they get lazy and basically rely on the modding community to make their games for them in some ways, which I find irritating. But there's no question that Skyrim stays with me as, in the last 10 years, the 2 most epic RPG experiences that I had were Skyrim and the Mass Effect trilogy. And that, you know, those were the ones that kind of stuck with me from a CRPG point of view, despite the fact that there are a lot of other great games that came out. So I totally get that. That said, though, I'm enjoying Solasta. I really loved, I mean, a lot of the Neverwinter Nights stuff. You know, like I said, Tyrants of Moonsea is really great. And I'm enjoying the hell out of this game. I really am. NWN2 main campaign has really impressed me. I only played it about 7 hours or so, 6-7 hours initially, maybe 8 many years ago when I first played this. And now that I've been playing it through, because I'm determined to get to Mask of the Betrayer, you know, it's been awesome. A little slow for the first, like, 10, 12 hours or so, and then picks up a lot. And I've really, the last 10 to 15 hours have been awesome. And I'm really excited about Mask of the Betrayer, so... Yeah. Right. Exactly. Okay. All right, we're going to go in this room, and then we're going to stop because it's really late. Oh, man, look at that. Yeah. Sweet. That's cool. That's cool. A very delicate and nicely placed setup design. It's very simple, right? It's very, very, you know, clear what it is. It's the forest one, whatever. But, like, just nicely put together. The tile design, the areas around it, there are going to be, obviously, my guess is, like, dryads and probably treants that we're dealing with, like awakened trees possibly, and, you know, we'll have to deal with that stuff, but very cool. That, yes, Mar, I know that actually. That's why people told me, a lot of people told me to just start with this, because the Mask of the Betrayer story-wise kind of picks up where this leaves off, and also then I can transfer my characters over. So yeah, that's exactly my thought. Darkness over Daggerford. Yeah, is that the Beam Dog? That's the Beam Dog one, isn't it, Didge? I think. Yeah, no, that's fine. No problem. Nothing to be sorry about. Really pretty. I love little things like this. This is something which Solasta, I'll give you two examples. Solasta does this beautifully. Their environments, their combat environments are beautiful. The best example of just actual 2D, art that I've seen of this stuff is the Infinity and Beyond engines. The Icewind Dale maps, like when you pull out and you're just looking at the whole world map, are works of art. The world tree of Kandahar, right? The stuff that you get sometimes in Baldur's Gate maps and stuff like, gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. That's the Up Dog one, very cute. What's Up Dog? Haha. Developed by Aussie and published by Beam Dog. Yep. Yes, I have. And interesting, by the way, Didge. So I have a third-party module that Echo's talked about a couple times. There was a professional module done for my novel, The Third Sign, done by a guy named Alex Hugan, who did the first, 10 hours, the first half, I guess, of The Third Sign. I may show you folks that at some point. And he ended up going to work for Ossian Studios, and their first module was, I believe, was it Mysteries of Westgate, I want to say, that he did, I think, for NWN2, I want to say, possibly, was the case. So anyway, then he left. I mean, he was no longer with Ossian after that, but just sort of how these things come together. Yes, I did play that one. I liked Darkness over Daggerford. I like Beam Dog stuff. I understand that it's trendy to hate on them because they assemble a bunch of mod content and people are like, they're stealing. I'm like, well, either that or they're making it easier for people who just want to play the game. I mean, I don't think they're really actually committing theft. And I've interviewed Trent Oster once, years ago, I guess, about something else. So, yes. Also, Beam Dog was a sponsor of ArvCon, so that means they're also good. But yeah, I like Darkness over Daggerford. And it's on my YouTube channel somewhere. I don't know where it was. I think I played it maybe as part of Pen and Pixels with GOG. I don't know where it was, but I did play it. Yeah, for sure, Mar. Coven. So, anyway, super cool. So there's that. I wonder what the other two, there's probably going to be, so we've got winter, we've got, this is, I assume, spring. Then we'll have summer up here, which will probably be like heat-based creatures. And then fall. I have no idea what this is going to be. Very cool. Very cool. And then there's going to be the stat, and then that will clearly open up a room that is in here. That will be open at that point. That's the statue. You go in, you take that. That's the third ritual. And then you come out of here, and then you've got the gem mines, and you've got the song portal. Portal probably takes you to another plane, and the gem mines are obvious. And there's going to be a statue in each one of those. And then that will give me enough to have done the rite, and that should set me up, hopefully. Then I will go back to the keep, upgrade with a bunch of stuff. By that point, when I get back there, I mean, I have what? I have 35,000 gold right now. Kelgar's got, with all of this crap that he's carrying, there's a lot of magical stuff in here. He's got to have easily another 30,000 in gold here of sellable stuff. So after we do that, and we're going to get more, so by the time we're all said and done, we'll have like 75,000 gold or so. We should almost be able to fully upgrade the keep at that point. And then I'll get to train my guys a little bit more. So the keep, I think, should be in pretty good shape. Because at some point, it's obviously going to get attacked. Like, that's how that's going to go down. I see it on the horizon that's what we're looking at. So... yeah. Okay. Man, so much fun, though. Really, really enjoying this game a lot. So much fun. 50 hours, folks. There it is. We've put 50 hours into it so far. We're over halfway. I don't know how much over halfway. We might at this point be at like 3/5 or 2/3 of the way through, if I had to guess. But it's good stuff. All right, good night, Rob. Thanks again for the raid, dude. I appreciate it, man. A bunny and a bear companion. That's what it's about. Yeah, it is Crit Twitch. But look at Skyrim. Hours there as well. Duag and Qua. No, that's more Boston. And you should talk to Rock God about that. Hey, got your khakis and your khakis. Well, it's wicked awesome. It's like an awe to it. Yeah, Rock God's your guy for that. Good night, Rob. And also, if I don't talk to you, man, have a good vacay too. Have a good vacation, my friend. All righty. So cool. Very good. Awesome. I am excited to play more of this game in the not too distant future. Yeah, car equals Ka. Exactly. Okay. Let's jump back over there. Let's jump back over this. There's that. And there we go with that. All right, folks. Good time today. I had a lot of fun with this today. We got in a good session. Actually, a very long session, which is what I had been planning on. And it was good. Got a lot of wow. Is that purple? That is some purpley purple McPurple. I guess I am sort of like at the moment in purple. I think it's accurately capturing what I actually am. Let me see what it does if I go to automatic white balance. Yeah. It yellows it out a bit, but I guess it's fine. They're both weird. Anyway, this is a lot of fun, folks, and I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. For those of you who missed my discussion of schedule, we're going to be off Sunday and Monday, although you should be on the lookout for bonus streams coming up in the next 7 weeks, because I am on my own kind of vacation where I'm not doing any work. I am doing basically streaming. I mean, except to the extent that, preparing for games and doing this is work, but you know what I mean. Obviously, no academic stuff going on right now. I am not doing any writing. Right now I'm going to be focusing on reading, playing games and streaming, hanging out with family, and music. And that's pretty much it. Like, I'm not doing anything else for the next 6.5 weeks. And boy, am I excited about it, let me tell you. I'm really looking forward to it. So that's going to be the deal. Now, only difference to that is that I am waiting for the Gray Shade edit. And when I get the Gray Shade book back, I am going to have to attend to that for a couple of days. Also, I have a couple things in the office to clean up still, as we're continuing our move into the house and fixing some things. But pretty much, I'm resting. And I am so much looking forward to it. It's going to be good times. But I hope you folks enjoyed this. So anyway, look for bonus streams. So the next time you'll see me schedule-wise will be Tuesday, officially schedule-wise, will be Tuesday at noon Eastern, when we'll be back into our gamebook stream with Fighting Fantasies book 27, I believe it is, Phantoms of Fear. So we'll get a chance to put Effect Life's Arvbot Plus through its paces on its fully operational status, and you folks should enjoy looking at that. Plus, of course, the amazing illustrations of Terrytoons. Then at 4 p.m. Eastern over at GOG.com's Twitch channel, I will be playing more of the aforementioned Solasta, Crown of the Magister, so that should be a good time. Wednesday, Thursday, we're off. Friday, we will be back for some, I believe, Esper Genesis, if I'm not mistaken. And then on Saturday, I think we've got some Metroid Prime coming at you. That's what we got coming up over the next week. So that's going to be good times. I am very excited for it. It's going to be good. As far as travel is concerned, maybe I'm talking a little bit to the family. I mean, I'm going to be picking up Little Larva at the camp on Friday, and we may stay at like an Airbnb or something like that up there for a day or two. So that might be like a little mini travel sort of situation. Other than that, the only official travel that we're looking at is going to be something along the lines of I'm going to be definitely traveling later, like in the fall. So Origins in Columbus, I'm going to be there. I'm definitely going to be, because of the reschedule for this year, I'm definitely going to be, if I get accepted to a panel, I'm going to be going to Worldcon in Washington, D.C. in December. So there's going to be those two things. But there might be a little bit of other travel in our future. We're talking about that, my wife and I. We do have to be careful because, we just bought a house and we got to take it easy on cost and what we're spending money on and what we aren't. But yeah, I think we may have a little bit of travel in our future. Right now, mostly what we're doing is just finishing up with house move-in stuff and tending to various maintenance things to get the house up to speed, and also like medical stuff like dental appointments and doctors and all that, because we moved into a whole new area, so we needed to get all that sorted. So I have my yearly physical coming up this month, like little odds and ends like that. But yeah, it's good. I'm excited for it. Fighting Fantasy is this Tuesday, this Tuesday at noon Eastern. So you can definitely stop by for that, and that will be for Phantoms of Fear, book number 27, which is going to be cool. Yeah. But that's going to do it for me for today. But we are going to do a raid, even though it is late, but we have a decent turnout tonight. So we are going to do a raid. And the ways you do a raid are like this. If you are not a sub, you're going to do this. The Arvanauts have landed, followed by Twitch raid, lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. If you are not a sub, that's if you're not a sub. If you are a sub, you're going to do this. The Arvanauts have landed, Arvany hype, lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID, and then we got Arvany roar. You can do Arvany what, Arvany which, Arvany woe, Arvany smug, Arvany love, all Arvany blown, Arvany whoa, yeah, all the Arvanys basically you can do when you are brought over auto-magically. Thanks to everyone. Thanks to Dig. Thanks to Miss Dunsel. Thank everyone who was here. Yeah, if you can go over and just do the raid quickly and then head off to bed if you need to, that would be lovely if you're able to. And I also want to remind everybody about ways to support us on the channel. If you haven't already done so, please consider following us here on the channel. Please check out our YouTube with !ArvTube. We're trying to get subscribed over there. Thanks, Superstan. And thank you, Mar. We're trying to get that up to 1,000 subscribers. It's free for you to do that, but it really does make a difference to the channel because I want to be able to do some stuff with that YouTube channel, which will enhance everybody's experience. But I can't do that until we get to 1,000 subscribers. Right now, we're at about 781 or so. So anyone who can jump over and sub to the channel, that would be lovely if you're able to do that on my YouTube channel. !ArvTube for that. !ArvCord for the Discord. Please join us over there. !Arv tweets for the Twitter. I tweet about different stuff, including when I'm going live or changes in schedule and all that kind of good stuff. So please follow me there. And the website for all of that is arvaneleron.com. Thank you so much for the cheer. I appreciate it, Superstan. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. I should not say man. I should say, because I don't know if you are a man. So I'm just going to say thank you. So yeah, the website again, arvaneleron.com. On the financial side, !Arv Shop is the merchandise area where you can get Adventures in Middle-earth and Infinity and Beyond and other stuff there. !Arv Treon is the Patreon where you can support us. 23 patrons, $2.14 per month. That really is the financial backbone of the channel and makes a huge difference if people can support us over there. Plus you get cool stuff for yourself, including inspirations for the players, custom character backgrounds and stuff like that. So all of that can be yours. Plus the channel gets towards channel goals if you support us on the Patreon with !Arv Treon, ! For that, and then subbing to the channel, which allows you to get those custom sub badges and emotes and all that good stuff, plus get inspirations to help the players, like the Patreon. You can do that as well. All of that is very much appreciated. Publishing, !Icarus for my Icarus graphic novel, silver medalist in the IBPA Benjamin Franklin Awards for Best Graphic Novel, also the runner-up in the Midwest Book Awards graphic novel category, so please consider checking out that award-winning book. Athos Arts did that. They are also the publisher of record for Greyshade, my novel coming out from them within the next month or so-ish, or soon, let's just say coming soon. They're going to be doing that. They're also going to be doing the second two books in the Greyshade series, which is known as the Grey Assassin Trilogy, and that'll be a part of my Greyshade Kickstarter with Alligator Alley, which does Espergenesis, and Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, doing the role-playing game. Clarion Game Studios is doing the board game, and Trendane Sparks is doing the audiobook, and all of that will be part of that Kickstarter, which is coming late summer, early fall. On Tuesday, I'll be announcing the official Kickstarter dates, so you definitely will not want to miss that. and that is exclamation point Icarus for the graphic novels and exclamation point Greyshade KS for my Greyshade Kickstarter details, exclamation point Library for the aforementioned tales and tomes from the Forbidden Library. So please consider jumping on board for that. Last but certainly not least, as always, exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter, very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives and protecting Black lives. So please go there for resources and information about it. It is really important, as we will continue to say. And exclamation point Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others if you need help and to reach out to others if they need help as well. Last but certainly not least, I want to thank everyone who made this an awesome stream. Thank you to my wonderful mods, Best in the Business, Coven of Lunara, Dragon Spear, Rock God, Best in the Business. Thank you all so much as always. Thank you to my subs, Coven, Dragon, Rock God, Echo Alpha X5, Cat, Crit Twitch, Diginferno, Mars044, Marinda, Mrs. Dunsel, Thordax Mommy. Thank you all so much. And to the Patreon supporters in that group. Thank you to Bunch of Numbers. I don't know if you actually exist, but thank you. Thank you to Arctor. Thank you to Acidean. Thank you to Axeman, Blackberry Bear as always. Thank you to Barizzle. What's up, Barizzle? Thank you to Chicken Hawk, Dark Sinner. Thank you to, I'm going to go over here, Ialber Kovitz. Thank you to Freed. Thank you to Gaia Shield, Gigafrost, Lickner Shul. Thank you to Liquid Pyre, Mac the Prince, MC the Prince. Thank you to Mosky Bear. What's up, Mosky? Thank you to Nogbad, Paulina. Thank you to Second OBS. What's up, Second? Thank you to Stygian Stick, Superstan, Toms, the Sparkly Wallflower. Thank you to TX Blue Text, Timeos. Thank you to Twitwop. Thank you to you, Christensen, VNK. Thank you to Vaults, to Wenchkin, and to West River Rat. And thank you again to GC Darkside Rob for being awesome and for doing that raid for us towards the end of our stream tonight. Much love to all of you wonderful people, and please stick around for the raid, and I will catch all of you lovely people officially on Tuesday for Phantoms of Fear, Final Fantasy Gamebook illustrated by Terry Toons. Unofficially, maybe I'll be here before that, but you'll just have to watch my Twitter, etc. for all that kind of good stuff. That's going to do it for me. Much love, everyone, and really fun session today, and I will catch you folks soon. Until then, be good to each other. Have a good night. Ha!